Chapter 1708. Next. The human cultivators couldn't help but stare blankly. They had followed Zichin here to watch a good show, so of course they knew what had happened. Apart from this tribe, there was another tribe that had attacked the Aboriginals, the soul-devouring tribe. Compared to the Dax tribe, there were far fewer soul-devouring tribes, but they were far more dangerous. Zichin had already wiped out a tribe. Was that not enough of a shock? Was he planning to wipe out the soul-devouring tribe as well? Zichin didn't explain. Instead, he used facts to prove his point. He took a step forward and appeared on the teleportation platform. Taking another step forward, Zichen's figure reappeared in the sky. Yes, everyone was stunned when they saw Zichin return. They did not understand what was going on. Zichin smiled faintly and said, "I almost forgot about you." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and a gust of wind appeared. The gust of wind swept past the ruins and swept away everything, revealing a curled-up figure. This was a foreign tribe member at the peak of the 9th rank. Normally, he would be a powerful expert, but today his body was covered in wounds, as if he had been cut into pieces. He was in a very sorry state. This was caused by the shock waves of energy. Many other foreign tribes had died in the shock waves, but he was still alive. He was clearly quite strong. The gust of wind had already disappeared, but his body was still trembling uncontrollably. This person was the cause of this tribe's destruction. The 9th rank lion man come out. "Stop pretending to be dead," Zichin said indifferently. The 9th rank lion man raised his head. Apart from fear, there was even more confusion in his eyes. Everything had changed too quickly. In just a few breaths of time, he had gone from heaven to hell. He almost couldn't take it anymore. He had already given up all hope and regretted provoking Zichin. But he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. The lords all appeared and said that he had made a great contribution. After the battle, they might even reward him. It was as if a strong hand had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back from hell to heaven. He felt as if his entire life was filled with sunshine. However, the sunlight only shone down for a few breaths. It didn't even bathe his entire body before disappearing. The powerful hand just now seemed to have played a big joke on him. It grabbed his ankle and dragged him into hell again. This time it was the last layer of hell, and he would never be able to escape. He raised his head and looked at Zichin. There was some fluctuation in his eyes, as if he had seen the lord of the last layer of hell. This lord was a human, a race that he hated the most in the past. However, he was now lying on the ground, being accused of crimes by a human lord, most of which were killing and eating humans. How many people had it killed, and how many people had it eaten? How many evil things have they done to humans? "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you." One crime after another rang out in his ears, buzzing like flies. Finally, he let out a roar and charged at the suzerain with all the power he could muster. The moment he charged forward, his mind was no longer in a trance. All the hallucinations from before had disappeared. He saw the ruins, saw Zichin, and saw the others. He returned to reality from his trance, but he didn't see hell or the suzerain. Boom! Then he saw a golden light. It was dazzling and bright. After that, there was no more. Looking at the fallen ninefold lion man, Zichin shook his head and disappeared. This time he really did disappear. When he reappeared, he was in the giant dragon world at the transportation array. Manshur and the others followed him out, as did the 20 warriors. The human cultivators who had been watching quickly followed. Boom! In the ruins of the tribe, the intact teleportation platform exploded. Following the destruction of the transportation array, in another tribe thousands of miles away, Zhang Yongxi cupped his fists and smiled. This matter is over. This song will take his leave. Sigh. A disappointed sigh sounded from the tribe. Zhang Yongxi laughed and left. Boom! Under Zichen's feet, an explosion came from the ground. Soil splashed and a deep pit appeared. The underground transportation array was destroyed. Chen fulfilled his warning and destroyed a tribe. Looking at the transportation array that led to the Soul Eater clan, Chen didn't hesitate and was the first to walk up. The group appeared in the Soul Eater clan. This was a black world. The air was filled with an oppressive aura that made people very uncomfortable. Chen appeared, followed by the people from before. Of course, there were also some who wanted to join in the fun. Looking up at the black sky and then at the black ground, Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He said indifferently, "It seems that you are ready." No one responded. Only Chen's voice echoed in the air. "This is a formation." Man Sure's expression changed. He liked to fight with strength and hated formations the most. He also didn't want to fight someone who knew formations. Chen shook his head and said, "No, this is a magical power." They are very confident. The fortune teller's expression turned cold. The humans who had retreated far away seemed uneasy. Although they had always had confidence in Chen, this was the Soul Eater clan after all. This was a mysterious and dangerous clan. Just one of them could destroy a native tribe. The Soul Eater clan was the one that the humans of the Imperial Sky region didn't want to meet and offend the most. "I'll break this place." Ignoring the whispers behind him, Xin Dao took a step forward. His battle intent rose. "You guys are in charge of protecting the others. I'll take care of this." Chen stopped Xin Dao. His body began to glow. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire dark world. The golden light was very dazzling. Many humans couldn't get used to it and retreated again. It's a spiritual body. They retreated far away, and when they saw Chen's dazzling golden light again, their expressions changed greatly. Because Chen's physical body had disappeared. That dazzling golden figure was Chen's soul. His soul was like the sea, deep and majestic. It was also like a huge golden hole that constantly devoured everything. Even their vision could be swallowed at any time. A golden saber appeared in the completely spiritualized Chen's hand. Just like when he killed Wycliffe, he held the saber hilt and suddenly pulled it out. A saber light, with him as the center, drew a perfect golden circle in all directions. The golden circle directly split the darkness into two. The upper half flew towards the sky, while the lower half fell towards the ground. Bright light shone in from the outside world. After breaking open the dark world, Chen's attack didn't stop. He slashed down again. The darkness was split into 4 parts. Then the saber light flashed twice. The dark world was cut into 8 parts. At the same time, a mournful scream echoed in the dark world. The entire world shattered like a mirror. Everyone's eyes lit up. A broken soul that had been split into 8 parts flew from 8 directions. They gathered in Chen's hand and formed a soul ball. These sounds weren't gathering. They were retreating. The soul-devouring clan, who had been surrounding and preparing to launch a surprise attack, all retreated because of the soul ball in Chen's hand. That was because it was the soul of a powerhouse on the list, yet it was easily destroyed by Chen. Chen was still in his spiritual form. His emotionless golden eyes scanned the shocked soul-devouring clan members who were retreating quickly. He stepped forward, holding the scabbard with his left hand and drawing the saber with his right. Whoosh! The tip of the saber pointed. 100-meter-long golden saber light followed the soul-devouring clan members. This was a pure soul attack that specialized in destroying souls. It was even more lethal to unique existences like the soul-devouring clan. The saber light arrived first and swept through the soul-devouring clan members. A dozen of them paled and retreated quickly. They were still alive. The other 20 or so turned into pure souls. Their souls were shattered. One attack had killed more than 20 soul-devouring clan members. This was the effect of a perfect spiritual thought attack. Letting those people retreat, Chen stood with the saber and said indifferently, "Come out if you want to fight." As expected of the person who killed Wycliffe, "You've already guessed that this is a trap. but you still dare to come. A cold voice sounded. A soul-devouring clan expert walked out. Whoosh! Zi-Chin didn't wait for the other party to report his name. He didn't even care about his ranking. He went forward directly. You. Facing Zi-Chen's teleportation, the expert on the list only had time to utter the word you before Zi-Chen's attack arrived. Compared to energy attacks, spiritual thought attacks were faster and more dangerous. Zi-Chen's first attack. The soul-devouring clan member's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating. Then, Zi-Chen slashed down with the saber. He didn't use any battle techniques. It was just pure soul power. Uft! The soul-devouring clan member was split in two. Zi-Chin took another broken soul ball. Only 2 breaths had passed. The other soul-devouring clan experts hadn't had time to help. Another expert on the list was killed. The place was dead silent. As if they had learned their lesson, the experts on the list who appeared next came together. One of them said, "We're not the Dax clan. No matter how strong you are, if your soul can't withstand it, you can only die here." "Stay here forever," another expert said. Zi-Chin snorted coldly. He held the saber in front of his chest. Seeing the same move, an expert from the soul-devouring clan sneered. "Zi-Chin, your move is indeed powerful, but it's impossible for you to kill us. As long as we join forces, you'll definitely die." This was the truth. No matter how strong Zi-Chin was, he was only at the early stage of the 9th level. They were all at the peak of the 9th level. The difference in Soul Realm was huge. The battle had already begun. Tens of thousands of miles away, an elder appeared in the soul-devouring clan's line of sight. This was a human elder. He slowly walked forward. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took caused the ground to shake. A suffocating aura came from the horizon and enveloped this force. Chapter 1709. This old man was Zhang Yongxi, who was ranked 11th among the humans. He was definitely a true powerhouse. He had just come over from the mutated tribe and stood outside the force. "Barnard, don't make a mistake," Zhang Yongxi said as he looked at the self-built city after standing up. Many members of the soul-devouring clan were standing on the city walls. They were all on guard. What mistake? The cold voice sounded again. Zi-Chin has the dragon soul. Nothing can happen to him. If he dies, the dragon soul is mine. What if the dragon soul dies too? I only kill people, not the dragon soul. Among us humans, there is a weapon that is condensed from the essence and blood of one's heart. Not only can this greatly increase the weapon's power, but it can also be more handy for the forger. They are like clones. As long as the real body dies, the clones will also die. Don't lie to me. That's a dragon soul, not a weapon soul. It used to be a weapon soul. Whether this is possible or not, nothing must happen to Zi-Chin. What if I insist on going? Then let's have a fight. After that, both parties fell into silence. A moment later, the voice sounded again. "Even if I don't do anything, Zi-Chen will definitely die." Zhang Yongxi said calmly, "That will depend on Zi-Chen's luck." Zi-Chen did not know that in another place, Zhang Yongxi had blocked 2 dangers for him. Zi-Chin did not respond to the confident powerhouses on the list. His attention was on the long saber. Because of the perfect soul, Zi-Chen's scabbard and hilt were golden. Of course, the blade and attack were all golden. They had seen Zi-Chin use this move before, so they were not afraid. However, this time, as Zi-Chen drew his saber, the expressions of those confident powerhouses on the soul-devouring clan's list changed drastically. The blade was still golden, but in addition to that, there were 6 other colors on the blade. This was the 7-colored saber light. It was the move that killed Willie. The powerhouses on the soul-devouring clan's list were shocked. They did not understand at all. It was clearly an energy attack. How could it be performed with the soul? One had to know that the soul and the physical body were very different. 7-colored saber light flashed and swept passed the powerhouses on the soul-devouring clans ranking. Just as they said, as long as they joined forces, even if they couldn't kill Ziqin, they would definitely be able to severely injure Ziqin. Unfortunately, Ziqin did not give them the chance. The seven-colored saber light swept past, destroying everything in its path. This was Ziqin's perfect soul. Compared to energy attacks, it wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even sharper. Because this battle was mainly a spiritual attack, life and death could be determined in an instant. Therefore, it did not last long, but everyone was very satisfied watching it. From the beginning to the end, Ziqin was the only one fighting. The so-called attack was also a massacre. In everyone's hearts, the mysterious and powerful soul-devouring clan was not even worth mentioning in front of Ziqin. He could kill them with just a lift of his saber. The Lion Emperor tribe and the Soul Devourer tribe's branches were annihilated, under deliberate dissemination. The news quickly spread throughout the entire great dragon world. There was also news of the dead powerhouses. Wycliffe of the foreign tribes, ranked 30th on the ranking, was killed by Ziqin. To the Dax foreign tribes, this was not a small blow. It was also an absolutely shocking and even intimidating news. As for the rest of the outsiders, they had to consider their own strengths and the forces behind them before they met the local residents. If one wasn't stronger than a powerhouse like Wycliffe, it was better to take a detour when seeing the natives. On the soul-devouring clan side, the most important existence was Noah, ranked 33rd, who was killed by Ziqin. When this news spread to the other soul-devouring clan members, the effect was even greater than when the foreign tribes heard about Wycliffe's death. Because the soul-devouring clan relied on souls, their energy attacks were not strong. All of their methods were based on soul attacks. All the powerhouses on the ranking had unique soul attacks and extremely powerful soul-devouring superpowers. If Ziqin could kill such existences, it was clear how terrifying Ziqin was. Moreover, the soul-devouring clan was not like the Dax foreign tribes. They did not have many people, and every one of them was rare. Of course, every one of them cherished their lives. Hearing that Noah was dead and that Noah's clan had been annihilated, they no longer dared to cause trouble in this world. Ziqin's killing of one as a warning to the rest had intimidated all the forces. The natives of this world were saved, but the resources here would have to be shared. No matter how strong Ziqin was, he could not chase all the forces out of this world. The crisis had been resolved. Now, all that was left was to wait. Wait for those curious powerhouses to come, then suffer a loss and leave. This would take a long time. Ziqin used this time to cultivate in seclusion and strive to reach a higher level. This time, the main reason why Ziqin was able to defeat the enemy so easily was because of the seven-colored weapon. After learning the details of the battle from Shantian Dao, Mu Shou had other ideas about the seven-colored weapons. For example, giving everyone a seven-colored weapon. Shantian Dao smiled and said, "That's simply impossible. Unless you can prepare a top-quality weapon for each of them, they won't be able to fuse the seven-colored energy." Ziqin had previously refined a total of 12 seven-colored weapons. However, the power of each weapon was different. Some were weak and some were strong. This was not because Cauldron Spirit was selfish, but because of the quality. Although the weapons that everyone took out were top-quality weapons, there were still good and bad ones among the top-quality weapons. Mu Shou was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to use resources to exchange for some top-quality weapons. Shantian Dao said earnestly, "Stop dreaming. Who would be so foolish as to exchange top-quality weapons for resources? The top-quality weapons that we have are all summoned. It is impossible to forge them in this world." Indeed, due to the suppression of the natural order, humans could not forge top-quality weapons in this world, even if they had top-quality materials. At this point, Mu Shou completely dispelled this unrealistic idea. While the entire clan fell into silence, the world of the colossal dragons became heated. Forces were constantly sending armies to this world to hunt the dragons. Apart from some forces, There were also other warriors who wanted to come to the world of the colossal dragons. As long as they formed a team and paid a certain price, they would be able to use the transportation matrix to reach this world. It could be said that the coordinates of the world of the colossal dragons had been made public. In the beginning, Manshur and the others would follow the team to hunt dragons. But after that, they too entered closed-door training. The tribal warriors could only venture out alone. However, due to Zichen's deterrence, none of the forces dared to lay their hands on the indigenous warriors. When these forces killed the dragons, they would not be able to destroy the dragon's soul. If the dragon's soul escaped, it would not take long before a new dragon would appear. It could be said that the dragons in this world were endless. The tribal warriors did not mind being hunted by these forces. As the two sides were no longer enemies, they began to interact with each other. Later on, the tribal warriors discovered that these humans and other races were not as cruel and terrifying as they had imagined. They would also show a friendly side to them. As the two sides interacted more and more, they would occasionally make some small transactions and gradually build trust. The tribal warriors did not have many things, but they had a lot of materials for the Dragon series. On the other hand, the alien races and humans had many other materials, but they lacked the Dragon series. The two sides hit it off and gradually started trading. Among them, there was no lack of people with brains. They began to divide the area and set up stalls. After seeing this, the big forces were not willing to be outdone. They directly sent a large number of troops to start building official business and building some buildings. It was as if they were going to set up a new trading ground. However, there were too many forces involved during this period, and the benefits were too great. They did not dare to kill the indigenous people, but they dared to attack the other forces. Thus, one battle after another broke out. As the battle continued, the casualties increased, and even the powerhouses on the list were attracted. In desperation, those forces could only sit together and discuss. Finally, they reached a unified agreement. After that, they built a huge trading market thousands of miles away from the indigenous tribes. The market was jointly managed by several major forces. Mu Shou did not agree with this because these people were obviously going to stay here for a long time. This was very unfavorable for the entire tribe. While he was worried, he happened to meet Shang Guanhong, who had just come out of closed-door training. The two of them inadvertently talked about this matter. This is a good thing. As a member of the Shang Guan family who had been doing business for generations, Shang Guanhong agreed very much. Good thing? What's good about it? They don't want to leave and want to stay here for a long time. Sooner or later, they will attack us. They are all our enemies and will be a threat sooner or later. Mu Shou said, "How is this a threat? It's clearly a benefit." Shang Guanhong said, "Now that everyone is minding their own business, it's time for everyone to benefit together. Think about it. If the resources of various races are gathered together, there must be a lot of things that can be exchanged. Now that they have reached an agreement and are seeking benefits together, as an indigenous person, you can naturally ask for your own benefits. Then what if they suddenly go back on their words? You also know that this kind of alliance is very unreliable." Mu Shou pointed out the crux of the problem. All alliances in the world are unreliable, but let me ask you first, why is everyone not attacking you now? Shang Guanhong did not answer the question. "It's because of Zichen," Mu Shou said in realization. "You mean as long as Zichen is here, the alliance will be very reliable. But what if Zichen leaves this world?" "It's still too early for Zichen to leave this world. By then, thousands of years might have passed in this world. After thousands of years of development, your tribe will naturally grow stronger." Shang Guanhong said. This was a very long-term view. After all, everything they relied on was unreliable. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. Because of the cosmic bell, the flow of time in this world was 80 times faster than the outside world. If Zichen stayed in this world for 10 years, they would have 800 years of peace. If it was 100 years, it would be 8,000 years. Under the flow of time, 8,000 years was enough to create a large number of ascetics. At that time, they would truly have the strength to protect themselves. Shang Guanhong smiled and said, "That's just one point. There's another point." "What?" "Outside is the battlefield of despair. It's a cruel world. The various races can only be mortal enemies. They won't sit down to trade at all. However, this place is a peaceful place where many factions coexist. Once this trading ground doesn't collapse for more than 1,000 years, its reputation will spread. At that time, various races will come here to trade. Even if this world doesn't have dragons, it will still be a huge trading empire." Chapter 1710. He had only seen what would happen a few decades later and the threat that the foreign races posed to them. However, Shang Guanhong saw the future with a single glance and saw a trading empire. In the outside world, the two sides were enemies. It was impossible for them to trade peacefully. However, it was completely possible here. Everyone could exchange for any resources they wanted. After countless years of development, this place could really become a holy land for trading. If it was connected to other regions and more teleportation formations were built, the holy land for trading would become an empire. The entire small world would be dominated by trading. The profits generated were unimaginable to Mu Shou. The prospects were grand and the future was endless. However, Mu Shou was still worried about the strong. Shang Guanhong saw Mu Shou's worry and said, "You are the Aborigines and have been recognized by this world. In fact, you are the strongest. The only thing you lack is some powerful techniques. I think the soul-devouring clan should be able to satisfy you." Mu Shou was enlightened again. The soul-devouring clan was their natural enemy. They had destroyed many small worlds of the Aborigines over the years. They must have a lot of cultivation techniques. As for how to get them, that was not a problem for Shang Guanhong to consider. Regardless of cultivation methods, in terms of individual battle prowess, these Aboriginals were stronger than most non-humankind beings and non-humankind beings. There were also many special beings among the Aborigines. For example, Viper could single-handedly kill a Western dragon when he was in the late 7th level. Among Zi Chen's group of 12, Mu Shou was lucky to meet Shang Guanhong, whose family had been doing business for generations. Mu Shou opened a door for him and saw the spectacular future behind the door. If he met Man Sure and the others who were good at fighting, they might give Mu Shou some bad ideas. Perhaps another battle would break out. Now that Zi Chen was at the peak of his power, few people dared to offend him. Similarly, no one dared to offend the Aborigines here. The trading place was still under construction. Mu Shou came in person and heard that he was the clan leader of the Aborigines. These people took it seriously and immediately asked for instructions from their leader. When the two sides met, Mu Shou asked for 10% of the profits. One had to know that there were many forces gathered here. It seemed that Mu Shou's request for 10% was not a lot. However, after the division of the forces, Mu Shou wanted 10% alone. It was definitely an exorbitant demand, considering that the main target of the trade was the Aborigines and that this was the world of the Aborigines. After discussion, the forces decided to give Mu Shou 10% of the profits. The two sides drew up an agreement. Many years later, this very ordinary day was specially recorded and became the Empire's Memorial Day, because on this day, the prototype of the future trading empire appeared. It was agreed that the tomb keepers would no longer prohibit the tribal warriors from trading. According to the previous rules, the tomb keeper had to personally send someone to guard a shop. The shop mainly sold the giant dragon series and the highest grade spiritual crystal. This kind of trade was mainly targeted at rogue cultivators because there would be more rogue cultivators entering this world in the near future. After all, no matter which clan it was, most of them were itinerant cultivators. In order to show their sincerity, the tomb guard sent out many warriors to support them. As for the others, they continued to hunt the giant dragons. Every day, Western dragons were hunted down, and similarly, there were cultivators dying every day. Many forces sent in many 8th stage heavenly kings, and their main task was to deal with the giant dragons that they had killed. All the forces were busy, and there was no time for internal strife. After a period of peace, news about the world of the great dragons began to spread. After some experts on the leaderboard heard about it, they were moved and wanted to see those giant dragons. Of course, their main purpose was still the dragon tomb. Many experts on the leaderboard who had not appeared for hundreds or even thousands of years moved out and came to the world of dragons. Among them were the soul-devouring race, the humans of the Imperial Sky region, and experts of other races. These experts arrived one after another, and Zhang Yongxi and Yong Mo were among them. This is the world where Ziqin is. The flow of time is indeed different. Yong Mo sensed the change in the flow of time as soon as he entered. Zhang Yongxi smiled and said, "The flow of time is not natural. It should be caused by a treasure." Yong Mo said in surprise, "Treasure." Zhang Yongxi was ranked 11th on the leaderboard. It was said that he had fought with Long Fei before. It was rare for him to say the word treasure. At the same time, it also proved that the item was extraordinary. The essence of this world is the same as the outside world. The flow of time is obviously accelerated by an external object. It's not an exaggeration to say that an external object that can cover a small world is a treasure. Zhang Yongxi looked to the east and said, "There are the most giant dragons in this direction. The dragon tomb should be there. Let's go take a look." Yong Mo nodded. This time, only the two of them came. The reason was that they were curious and wanted to take a look. Along the way, they saw groups of giant dragons. Yong Mo couldn't help but sigh. The resources of this world are indeed abundant. Unfortunately, they are useless to us. They didn't have any major power behind them. They were all alone, and their cultivation had reached the peak. Their only goal was to step into the world overlord realm. The resources of this world were no longer attractive to them. Yeah, Ziqin is quite lucky to be able to find such a place. Yong Mo nodded. Ziqin could reach this step in a short 10 years. The resources of this world played an important role. He really killed Willy and Nuai. Zhang Yongxi smiled and said, "You have asked about this matter many times. With so many witnesses, how can it be false?" Yong Mo smiled bitterly and said, "I know it's true, but I just can't believe it. He is only at the early 9th level. How can he have such battle strength?" Zhang Yongxi said, "Didn't the news say that Ziqin has a 7-colored weapon? That weapon is very strong. The 7-colored weapon played an important role in his followers being able to break into the top 50. Oh, right, the news said that the 7-colored weapon is likely to come from the giant dragon world. I also heard about this matter. This time I wanted to find out if Ziqin killed Willy because of the weapon, then killing Duo. He is an expert who has awakened the true bloodline of the Soul Devourer clan. Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't dare to say that I can kill him." Yong Mo was ranked 21st on the martial list, while Nuai was ranked 33rd. Yong Mo didn't have the confidence to kill him. This showed how powerful the Soul Devourer clan was. Zhang Yongxi said, "Ziqin's soul is very special and very powerful. You also know that in the Zhanwu continent, the soul of a beast tamer has special privileges." Yong Mo said firmly, "But I heard that he is not a beast tamer, because a beast tamer doesn't have a soul as strong as his." Zhang Yongxi looked at Yong Mo in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" Yong Mo said with certainty, "Ziqin has a follower in his team called Dongqing. She is a beast tamer, but her soul is not as strong as Ziqin's. In addition, there is also a beast tamer who betrayed Ziqin called Yiming. This person is also on the martial list. His soul also has special privileges, but he said that if he were to fight with Ziqin at the same level, he wouldn't last more than 10 moves." Zhang Yongxi smiled and asked, "You should have seen Yiming. Didn't you hear anything else?" Yong Mo said, "In addition to their high potential, Ziqin and the others are strong because they have refined a kind of imprint. That imprint can devour all kinds of energy and completely stimulate a cultivator's original potential. It is said that this imprint is related to the original inhabitants of this world. Young Emo thought that he had revealed a big secret, but Zhang Yongxi was not surprised. He said directly, "That is the devouring god seal. It is indeed a good thing, but very few people dare to refine it." "What do you mean?" "It is said that after refining the seal, you will become a puppet of the natives." Yong Mo's expression changed. Could it be? Zhang Yongxi knew what he was going to say. He shook his head and said, "Of course Zichen is not controlled. It is said that there is a devouring god seal that does not have this restriction, but no one has seen it." While they were chatting, the two of them flew at a low altitude and saw the dragon tomb in the distance. At this moment, within a few miles of the dragon tomb, many foreign race powerhouses appeared. Those who dared to appear here were undoubtedly powerhouses on the martial list. Above the dragon tomb, there was a black mass of dragons and endless dragon power spread out. Zhang Yongxi, who was originally indifferent, gradually put away his indifferent expression. "How do you feel?" Yong Emo said, very oppressive, "My intuition tells me that there will be danger if we go further." Zhang Yongxi said in a deep voice, "It seems that this place is indeed very unusual." Yong Emo suddenly pointed to a place. "Look over there." In the direction Yong Emo pointed, a soul devourer left the group and quickly approached the dragon tomb. He stepped on the space node and moved forward. His figure kept disappearing as he moved forward. He wanted to go forward and check it out. In the sky, the group of dragons did not notice anything and were still circling around the dragon tomb. Yong Emo could not help but praise, as expected of the Soul Devourer clan. They are naturally sensitive to space. It is indeed a good technique. But as soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shaking dragon roar came from the dragon tomb. The moment the dragon roar sounded, everyone seemed to have been hit by a soul attack. Their bodies trembled, and some of the powerhouses on the martial list even turned pale. A black dragon, hundreds of meters long, flapped its wings and flew out of the dragon tomb. It went straight for the Soul Devourer clan, hidden in the space. The Soul Devourer clan smiled coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Black light swirled around the giant black dragon, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. The space is in chaos. This move is targeted at the Soul Devourer clan, Yong Emo said as he stared ahead. As expected, the Soul Devourer clan's figure appeared under the ripples. His expression was obviously stunned, and he kept retreating. The next moment, a large amount of dragon flame was spat out from the black dragon's mouth. It was like a flame that spread out and enveloped his body. The dragon flame was like a flame burning in the sky, but no sound was heard from the Soul Devourer clan. The flame caused the space to tremble. No one's spiritual thoughts could reach in, so they did not know what was going on. The flame burned for a full 15 minutes before it finally dissipated. The Soul Devourer clan was no longer in the sky. He ran away. Yong Emo was stunned. He did not notice when the other party left. He became more and more wary of the Soul Devourer clan. Chapter 17:11. What? Dead. That dragon flame can directly burn souls. Yong Emo was obviously shocked. Zhang Yongxi, who had long stopped underestimating the dragon, stared ahead and said in a low voice, "That dragon tomb is strange. It seems to belong to a domain. That soul devourer's movement was restricted. Although the black dragon was powerful, it could not easily kill a soul devourer who was skilled in the Tao of space, let alone when the soul devourer wanted to escape." Zhang Yongxi saw clearly that the soul devourer had sensed that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but failed. Although one of the experts on the ranking list had died, the others did not retreat. Soon, another alien race expert dashed forward. The dragon roared again, and the black dragon flapped its wings and rushed toward the other party. In an instant, all kinds of energy exploded in the sky as the two sides continued to exchange blows. After about 10 exchanges, the alien race expert, was defeated and retreated. There was a deep wound on his abdomen, and he was almost cut in half. The black dragon was like a bolt of black lightning, chasing relentlessly. Seeing that the expert on the ranking list was about to die, more lights flashed in the distance. It was the other experts on the ranking list who had come to help, but they could not do anything to the black dragon. The black dragon not only had powerful attacks, but also an unimaginable defense. The attacks of many experts could only break a few scales. Back then, Zichen had brought 11 experts on the heavenly dragon ranking with him, wielding soul-devouring weapons. Even then, they had only been able to leave a small wound on the dragon's body. In the end, Zichen had to expend all his strength and use the Star Illusion Dragon Spike to kill the dragon. After that, Zichen's group of 12, along with Lei Long, worked together to hunt down an existence comparable to the Black Dragon. It seemed that it would be difficult for these alien race experts to kill the Black Dragon. Seeing that the efficiency of their attacks was too low, the alien race experts could only retreat with their injured companions. As for the Black Dragon, it seemed to have sensed that there were too many experts around, so it did not chase after them. Instead, it returned to the sky above the dragon tomb and began to circle. The dragon's roar from time to time shook everyone's minds. The 8 of us joined forces and did not cause any damage. Is this Black Dragon the king of the dragon tomb? Yong Emo could not believe what he was seeing. Maybe it is the king, but not the strongest. Zhang Yongxi murmured. What do you mean? The mysterious domain fluctuations around the dragon's tomb aren't from it. Could it be that there are even stronger existences inside? We can't rule out this possibility. There were many experts who came, but just as Zichen had expected, they could not enter the dragon's tomb at all. During this period of time, nearly 20 powerhouses on the ranking list joined forces. But after failing to kill a single black dragon, they decisively gave up. Although they could kill the black dragon with a little more help, it would take dozens of people working together to kill one. The price they had to pay was too great. The experts on the ranking didn't have that much time or patience. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Many people began to think about leaving. Everything was just as Zichen had guessed. It wouldn't be long before they left, leaving those forces to mine the resources here. However, these people did not leave for the time being. Instead, they chose to wander around this small world to see if there were any other strange things. After a few turns, they arrived at the tribe of the natives. There was a restriction outside the tribe. No one could see through the restriction and see what was going on in the tribe. Seeing the natives walking out from time to time, the eyes of the powerhouses on the ranking list flashed. There was no lack of existence among them who could read souls. The natives clearly sensed this abnormal atmosphere, and the frequency of going out was greatly reduced. Mu Shou was in a bad mood recently. If it were anyone else who had dozens of powerhouses on the ranking list eyeing their door all day long, no one would be in a good mood. These people did not show any offensive posture so far, but Mu Shou knew very well why they were here. It was for the treasure that could change the flow of time. They had been wandering around without attacking because they had concerns in their hearts, unable to take down the dragon's tomb. Zhang Yongxi and Yong Mo also came in this direction. The first thing they saw was the trading place that was just beginning to take shape, and they were very curious. However, the things traded here were obviously not of their interest. The two swept through the air and then arrived outside the tribe. So many people. Seeing so many powerhouses on the ranking list gathered here, Yong Mo was very surprised. They're all here for the treasure of time. Zhang Yongxi smiled faintly. Yong Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, Zichen is here? Should be. Then these people, Yong Mo's meaning was very clear. Since Zichen was still here, where did these people get the guts to have ideas about the treasure of the tribe? One had to know that the combat strength of Zichen's followers was not very different. Since Manshur and the others could enter the top 50, It would not be a problem for the other existences to fight opponents who were dozens of ranks higher than them. Let's see first, Zhang Yongxi said. As an existence on the ranking list, Zhang Yongxi's weight was naturally very high. Once he appeared, even if he did not say anything, the powerhouses present had to take him seriously. A human powerhouse flew over and came in front of Zhang Yongxi, saying, "Greetings, lords. It's you, Como." Yong Emo looked at the newcomer. Como was originally ranked 49 on the ranking list, but now he was ranked 52, pushed down by Zichen's followers. "May I know why you two lords are here?" Como was the first to ask. "We're just here to take a look. We'll leave soon," Zhang Yongxi said faintly. "Oh." Como was very surprised. "We won't participate in the matters here." Yong Mo's voice was somewhat indifferent. "Understood." Como bowed respectfully to the two, then turned and left. Soon, more than 10 powerhouses stood together with Como. Both sides were constantly whispering. Other than the human powerhouses, some of the Soul Devourer clan and Dax tribe also joined in. This news quickly spread to the ears of the other factions. This foreshadowed the possibility of another great battle between the two sides. This battle did not involve anything else. It was a battle between the powerhouses on the ranking list, the natives, and Zichen. This was a big blow to the factions that had just reached a peaceful agreement and had even agreed on a long-term deal. To be honest, they did not want to clash with the natives at this time. However, those were all powerhouses on the ranking list. They could not all be controlled by the other factions. Within the tribe, all the warriors felt that something was wrong and did not go out anymore. The warriors sent by Mu Shou had no choice but to return. It seemed that the deal they had signed was about to be voided. Mu Shou had no choice but to call out Zichen, who was in seclusion. As soon as Zichen appeared, Mu Shou informed him of the current situation as quickly as possible. "So they haven't retreated. Instead, they're eyeing this time treasure?" Zichen frowned. "Yes, many powerhouses have gathered outside. They're all on the ranking list. Come take a look." As he spoke, Mu Shou waved his sleeve. The power of space surged in front of him, and a screen appeared. On the screen were the powerhouses on the ranking list. As the figures on the screen moved, Zichen saw Zhang Yongxi. Beside him was a middle-aged man. The two of them were clearly standing at the back. They looked more like they were here to watch the show. Just as the light screen turned to the other party, Zhang Yongxi's indifferent expression suddenly flickered as he looked at the light screen. "Amazing! We've been discovered." Mu Shou was shocked. The screen continued to move. Zichen saw the powerhouses one by one, then said, "I'll take care of this. Tell them to come out of seclusion." Mu Shou nodded. He sent out a wave of energy through the bell of heaven and earth. This wave of energy woke everyone up. Soon, the 11 of them gathered under the bell of heaven and earth. Then they saw the powerhouses on the ranking list on the screen. "We can fight again." Man sure clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with fanatical fighting spirit. "This time my ranking can also move up." Wu Xie's eyes were burning. As for the others, although they didn't say anything, their expressions said it all. "Follow me," Zichen ordered. He then walked out of the tribe. The others followed, closely behind. Outside, many powerhouses were still discussing. Many days had passed, but they hadn't been able to come up with a reasonable plan of attack. At this moment, they felt a spatial fluctuation. They looked up and saw a spatial passage appear in front of them. A figure walked out of the passage. Seeing this figure, all the powerhouses' pupils shrank. Zichen. It's Zichen. After the previous battle, Zichen's name had spread throughout the entire Imperial Sky region. He had really reached the point where everyone knew him. Moreover, Zichen's appearance was also remembered by every powerhouse. Now that Zichen had suddenly appeared, they were at a loss. Zichen walked out of the spatial passage. The passage behind him didn't close. Then more people walked out. The first one was Manshur. The second one was Wu Xia, who had vertical pupils. Then it was Xin Dao, fortune teller, hidden mist, and the other powerhouses. Zi Chen had appeared. The 11 powerhouses on the ranking list had also appeared. They didn't have 7 colored weapons in their hands. However, the aura they released still made many powerhouses feel oppressed and suffocated. Zi Chen's gaze swept past the powerhouses on the ranking list. After pausing for a moment on Yong Mo and Zhang Yongxi, he said loudly, "You came from afar and surrounded my tribe. What are you planning to do?" Zi Chen's straightforward words made all the powerhouses on the ranking list speechless. They couldn't just directly say that they were here for the time treasure, right? Obviously, according to Zi Chen's usual style, whoever dared to say that would have to suffer Zi Chen's wrath. Under normal circumstances, suffering Zi Chen's wrath would only result in death. Therefore, everyone chose to remain silent. Looking at the silent powerhouses, Zi Chen said again, "If you're just here to take a look out of curiosity, then I can tell you that you're not welcome here." The powerhouses' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect Zi Chen to still be so domineering under such circumstances. The area within a radius of 100 miles is the forbidden area of our tribe. Anyone who steps into the forbidden area without permission will be killed without mercy. Everyone, I won't see you off. After Zi Chen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to enter the tribe. Wait. Suddenly a voice sounded. Zi Chen frowned. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This book came from the publisher. Read the original content immediately. Chapter 1712. The one who spoke was a member of the Soul Devourer clan. He walked out from the crowd and rushed toward them. Zi Chen turned around, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Man sure clenched his fists and curled his lips. A turbulent aura began to vibrate. The vertical eye between Wu Xia's eyebrows trembled and opened as if it could open at any time. As for the others, they more or less had the intention to attack. Seeing that his words had caused such a big change, the Soul Devourer clan member immediately stopped. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew how powerful Zi Chen and his followers were, so he quickly waved his hand and explained, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm looking for Lord Zi Chen because I have something else to discuss." Oh, Zi Chen frowned slightly, and the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. Manshur and the others also returned to normal, but there was some regret in their expressions. "We want to know more about the dragon's tomb. If possible, we can cooperate and enter the dragon's tomb together," the Soul Devourer clan member said again. Zi Chen guessed the former correctly. No one could enter the dragon's tomb, but he neglected the Soul Devourer clan. They had an extremely stubborn pursuit of pure souls. That kind of pursuit was almost to the point where they would not give up until they reached their goal. Moreover, they had destroyed many small worlds in the dragon's tomb. They had a certain understanding of the dragon's tomb. The more difficult it was, the more they would go, because the more difficult it was, the greater the benefits. It was impossible for them to retreat. When the other experts on the list heard this, they seemed to be shocked and surprised. Things were not originally planned like this. Their original intention was to besiege the tribe and snatch the treasure of time. How did it become a discussion about the dragon's tomb? Before they could ask in detail what had happened, Zi Chen replied, "I don't know about the dragon's tomb. As for the natives, they see the dragon's tomb as a sacred place. They can't wait to worship it. Naturally, they don't dare to enter rashly. As for what happened to the dragon's tomb to become like this, they don't know either." After that, Zi Chen turned and left. "Wait, Lord Zi Chen, our Soul Devourer clan still has some information about the dragon's tomb. You can share it with us," the Soul Devourer clan member said. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Not interested. My duty is to protect this tribe. As for the dragon's tomb, you can go find someone else." Zi Chen entered the spatial passageway. Manshur and the others left one after another, leaving behind a group of astonished powerhouses. They were not shocked because of Zichin, but because of the Soul Devourer clan. Previously, both sides had agreed that their goal this time was to obtain the time treasure. But this time, Zichin didn't mention this at all. Instead, he only talked about the dragon's tomb. They had previously asked the Soul Devouring clan if they knew what was in the dragon tomb. But the Soul Devouring clan had always been unclear. They had never seen it before. But today, in front of Zichin, not only did they take the initiative to admit that they had the information, they were even willing to share it. They couldn't help but suspect that the Soul-Devouring clan's original intention was to lure Zichin out to discuss the dragon tomb. Zichin is so arrogant, Yong Emo said as he watched Zichin disappear. Haha. Zhang Yongxi laughed. Yong Emo looked at Zhang Yongxi and asked in confusion, Big brother, what are you laughing at? Zhang Yongxi said, I'm laughing. Not all the powerhouses on the list are intelligent. These guys have all been played like monkeys. Yong Emo was even more confused. Played? What do you mean? Zhang Yongxi looked at the returning soul-devouring clan member and said, Their original intention wasn't for the time treasure at all. Previously, I found it strange that although it was a treasure, Zichin didn't use it, and the powerhouses in this tribe didn't use its power to stop other forces. I think it's not an offensive treasure, but a special one. Logically speaking, someone should be able to see through such a simple logic. Expending effort to fight for a useless item, and the opponent is so strong, it's not worth the loss. But why are they still loitering here, eager to try? I didn't understand at first, but now I do. The Soul-Devouring clan's original intention was to lure Zichin out and see Zichen's attitude toward the dragon's tomb. As for these guys, they were bewitched and came here to make up the numbers, just to see Zichen's attitude. Yong Emo was still puzzled. Zhang Yongxi explained, Zichin almost completely controls this world, but he didn't use the time treasure, which means that this thing is temporarily useless or has no other use at all. The Soul-Devouring clan won't be stupid enough to offend the powerful Zichin for a useless thing. After all, Zichin is related to whether they can board the dragon boat or not. The reason why they did this is actually for the dragon's tomb. As the nemesis of all worlds, they have destroyed countless small worlds. They must have information about the dragon's tomb. What does this mean? It means that this dragon's tomb is very valuable, but they have no way to enter. Now they want to see if Zichin has a way, but Zichin isn't keen on this matter. Wrong. Zichin is very concerned about this matter. What do you mean? The Soul-Devouring clan knows the value of the dragon's tomb, and so does Zichin. But the Soul-Devouring clan can't enter the dragon's tomb, so they want to cooperate with Zichin. But Zichin isn't willing. Why do you think? Could it be that Zichin doesn't want to cooperate with the Soul-Devouring clan because he wants to monopolize the dragon's tomb? Could it be that Zichin has a way to enter the dragon's tomb? Yong Emo finally reacted. Zhang Yongxi said he must have a way. Yong Emo asked, Will the Soul-Devouring clan give up on the benefits and withdraw? Zhang Yongxi said, Of course not. If I can see Zichin's thoughts, they who know the dragon's tomb's resources can see even more. My guess is that they will attack the dragon's tomb with all their strength next. If they take the initiative to attack, aren't they afraid that Zichin will benefit from it? Zhang Yongxi smiled and said, The premise is that both sides will be injured, but what if they force their way in? The Soul-Devouring clan, who were rejected by Zichin, didn't show any depression. Instead, they were excited. They quickly gathered together and retreated 100 miles away from the clan. It was only now that the tribe was truly safe. After retreating, the experts gathered together again and began to discuss the dragon's tomb. Dekka, you need to give us an explanation for this, said the experts on the list discontentedly as they gathered again. The Soul-Devouring clan member named Dekka said, The time treasure's effect is relatively small. Our main goal is the dragon's tomb. Do you know what's in the dragon's tomb? What? Everyone was interested. Dragon origin, said Dekka. Dragon origin? Everyone was confused. After a real dragon dies, its origin is left. It's the purest power. It's said that one day, a real dragon can be resurrected from the dragon origin. If the dragon origin can resurrect a real dragon, what other uses does it have? If you're lucky, you can break through to the realm of a Sector Lord. As soon as Decca finished speaking, there were gasps from all around. Breaking through to the realm of a Sector Lord was the ultimate dream of all the experts on the list. Other than that, there are materials to refine weapons in the dragon's tomb. Decca looked at everyone and said, 7-colored weapons. Everyone's eyes immediately burned with passion. With the 7-colored weapons, Zichen's ranking soared by dozens. They were very clear about this. With the 7-colored weapons, everyone will board the dragon boat. Once you encounter danger, your chances of survival will be higher. Next, the soul-devouring clan didn't need to encourage them. All the experts on the list expressed their willingness to form an alliance and enter the dragon's tomb. During this period, the soul-devouring clan went to find some real experts, such as Zhang Yongxi and Yong Mo, who hadn't left yet. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Aren't we going to follow Zichen? After the soul-devouring clan left, Yong Mo asked curiously. Compared to Zichen, the soul-devouring clan has more trump cards and knows more. Zhang Yongxi smiled mysteriously. In the dragon's tomb, there was only the dragon origin and the 7-colored weapons. Zhang Yongxi smiled and didn't expose the soul-devouring clan's stupid lie. If there were only these two things, it wouldn't be of much use to the experts on the list. As for the dragon origin being able to help people break through to the Sector Lord realm, he didn't believe it at all. As for the 7-colored weapons, they were indeed very powerful. However, to the soul-devouring clan, who specialized in soul attacks, the weapons were useless. In other words, there were other things in the dragon's tomb. Those things were what really attracted the soul-devouring clan. Zhang Yongxi's guess was right. The soul-devouring clan knew the true value of the dragon's tomb better than the tomb guard. The dragon origin did exist and was very precious. However, it couldn't help people break through. The 7-colored weapons did exist, but not everyone could refine them. There were other things in there. That was the true goal of the soul-devouring clan. The soul-devouring clan was already discussing the matter of entering the dragon's tomb. After returning, Zichen naturally guessed the soul-devouring clan's intentions. He had neglected the soul-devouring clan. He was indeed careless. The tomb guard didn't know what was in the dragon's tomb. He only knew that the dragon origin was there. Zichen called the tomb guard over and said, "Send someone to pay close attention to the dragon's tomb. Report to me immediately if there are any movements." "What's going on?" asked the tomb guard. "If I'm not wrong, the soul-devouring clan will definitely gather experts and forcefully attack the dragon's tomb." The tomb guard panicked when he heard this. How can this be? Once they forcefully attack the dragon's tomb, it will be completely over. Zichen waved his hand and said, "We'll follow behind them. They might not be faster than us." The tomb guard said, "Something happened in the dragon's tomb. That secret passage probably can't be opened." Zichen smiled and said, "Even if they don't use the secret passage, they might not be faster than us." The soul-devouring clan had their own secrets and methods. Zichen also kept some trump cards. The soul-devouring clan began to gather experts. They gathered true experts. They only found 3 people who were comparable to Zhang Yongxi. As for those ranked around 20, 10 of them came. The rest were all ranked around 50. They didn't find anyone who was ranked around 70 or 80. Even if they did, it would be useless. It took a month to gather experts from various places. A month later, nearly 100 experts on the list gathered outside the dragon's tomb. These experts gathered and began to attack the dragon's tomb. This book came from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1713. A group of powerhouses marched toward the dragon's tomb with great momentum. Above the sky, the The black mass of dragons noticed the abnormality below and swooped down. When they swooped down to a certain height, the dragons opened their mouths and spewed out large amounts of dragon flames. The entire sky seemed to be burning as the flames continued to spread and turned into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing the group of powerhouses. These dragon flames were almost ineffective against the powerhouses on the list. As the dragon flames spread, energy attacks would shoot out from the dragon flames and go straight for the dragons. Once this attack hit the dragons, it would leave a fatal injury on the dragons, and then the dragons would fall from the sky. One after another, attacks shot out from the dragon flames and went straight for the dragons in the sky. The dragons were pierced through one by one, and dragon blood splattered in the sky as their corpses fell from the sky. Banging sounds were constantly heard. In the distance, the native warriors who were in charge of monitoring here were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In just a few breaths, hundreds of dragons were killed. He hurriedly retreated dozens of miles and sent a voice transmission to the void. After receiving the voice transmission, Mu Shou, who had been controlling the Cosmos Bell, immediately notified Zichen. "Let's go too." While speaking, Zichen headed out of the tribe. The 11 of them had been waiting for a long time, and Mu Shou appeared immediately. The group flew toward the dragon's tomb. As the dragons died, a dragon roar came from the dragon's tomb, and a black dragon appeared from it. "Let me!" With a loud shout, Yong Emo rushed out from the dragon flames. He held a huge long sword with both hands and slashed at the black dragon's head. Puff! This slash instantly shattered a large number of dragon scales and deeply cut into the black dragon's body. The dragon was in pain and let out a painful dragon roar. The power in its body surged, and Yong Emo took the opportunity to retreat. At the same time, several powerhouses who were not weaker than Yong Emo appeared and launched fierce attacks at the black dragon. Puff! Puff! These powerhouses were ranked very high, and their combat power was very strong. They broke the black dragon's defense, one after another. This time, the black dragon did not show a powerful attack. It was seriously injured as soon as it came. Finally, a powerhouse ranked in the top 10 attacked and instantly split the black dragon into two. Following a mournful cry, the black dragon died and its corpse fell to the ground. This dragon corpse is one of the materials to forge the 7-colored weapon. Everyone keep it. A member of the soul-devouring clan kindly reminded them. 2 lower-ranked cultivators swooped down and collected the 2 dragon corpses. The space in their interspatial bags was very limited. They were already full after only half of the corpses were placed inside. "Let's go." After that, the group of powerhouses rushed forward again. But before they reached the edge of the dragon tomb, several dragon roars rang out. A giant golden dragon, a giant blue dragon, and a giant yellow dragon flew out of the dragon tomb. Each of these 3 dragons was comparable to the black dragon from before. Seeing this scene, the group of experts was dumbfounded. They had already expended quite a bit of energy to kill the first black dragon, but now there were 3 of them. Kill! But now that things had come to this, they naturally couldn't shrink back. They could only fight to the end. All of the powerhouses, including Zhang Yongxi, erupted with powerful energy. Zichen's group and the tomb keeper rushed here at the fastest speed and happened to see a group of powerhouses enter the dragon tomb. On the ground there were piles of giant dragon corpses, but they were all ordinary giant dragons. "Looks like they took away the bodies of the giant dragon kings," the tombkeeper said as he glanced at the corpses. Giant Dragon King was the name they gave to the giant dragons of the 7 attributes. They had combat power that far surpassed ordinary giant dragons. It was not an exaggeration to call them Dragon Kings. "Let's go too." Zichen's group turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the dragon tomb. During this period, some giant dragons swooped down to block the group, but they were all killed. When they reached the sky above the dragon tomb, the group stopped and the tomb keeper flew toward the bottom of the dragon tomb. This was the first time he was so close to the dragon tomb after the mutation, so he was a little excited. Through the tomb keeper's unique secret technique, he quickly found the shortcut door. After trying to send in a trace of energy, there was no reaction. After trying a few more times, the tomb keeper shook his head, helplessly. Although he had expected it, seeing the stone door without any reaction, the tomb keeper was still very disappointed. He rose into the air and shook his head at Zi Chen's group. This was expected, and Zi Chen was not surprised. Looking at the disappointed tomb keeper, he comforted him. "It's okay, let's go in too." As they spoke, they flew toward the dragon tomb. When they reached the top, they looked down at the dragon tomb below, but they could not see anything. The entire dragon tomb seemed to be isolated by a layer of mysterious power, and even the sound could not be heard. The thunder wings on Zi Chen's back automatically unfolded. With the boost of the thunder wings, he saw that the space in front of him had become very chaotic. It was this chaotic space energy that isolated everyone's vision and sound transmission. "We can't see or hear, but how did we hear the dragons roar earlier?" Some of them were a little puzzled. In fact, this was the mystery of the power of space, and this was only the power of space. If it was the power of time, it would be even more mysterious. Without stopping, the 13 of them jumped directly into the dragon tomb. It was as if they had entered an abyss, and there was only the sound of the wind in their ears, and their vision was pitch black. This situation lasted for a full 10 breaths. Then everyone's eyes lit up, and wave after wave of blazing energy rushed toward them, and there were even sounds of energy vibrations in their ears. Everyone hovered in midair and looked ahead. They saw quite a number of colossal dragon kings and countless colossal dragons. The humans who came in earlier were divided into 2 teams. One of them had strong combat, strength, and defense. They stayed at the periphery, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the giant dragon kings and the burning of the dragon flames. As for the other group of relatively weaker existences, they stayed behind the crowd and constantly launched powerful attacks at the giant dragon kings. In their sight, there were many giant dragons and many dragon kings. The group of powerhouses was having a hard time resisting, and not far away, there were already 2 corpses lying on the ground. One should know that the weakest in the team was ranked around 50 on the list, and even with such combat strength, they were still killed. Zi Chen and the rest stood in the air and stared at the battle ahead. "Should we go up?" Wu Xia went up and asked with a solemn expression. Faced with so many giant dragons and dragon kings, everyone could feel the pressure. "Young friend Zi Chen, you guys came at the right time. Hurry up and come help. If we can't destroy the tunnels behind, everyone will die here." An old voice suddenly rang out. It was Zhang Yongxi. In the midst of the battle, he sharply detected the appearance of Zi Chen and the rest. Hearing this sudden voice, many powerhouses turned their heads instinctively. When they saw Zi Chen and the rest, their faces were filled with surprise and joy. Zi Chen remained silent. Beside him, Long Mu pointed ahead and said, "There are a few tunnels there. These giant dragons came from those tunnels." This place had a great suppressive effect on spiritual consciousness. The fluctuating power of space also hindered one's vision. If not for Long Mu's guidance, Zi Chen would not have been able to see the few tunnels behind the giant dragons. At this moment, a steady stream of giant dragons was rushing out of the tunnel and attacking the powerhouses. Above the tunnel, there is a light ball. That is the key to supporting the tunnel. Once it is broken, the tunnel will be closed. Zhang Yongxi said again. Zi Chen looked up and saw a glowing light ball. At this moment, the light ball was constantly releasing power of space to maintain the tunnel. The entrance just now has been closed. We have no way out. We can only work together and move forward. Seeing that Zi Chen did not move, Zhang Yongxi spoke again. As expected, we can't go up. Xuantian's voice rang out. Zi Chen looked up and saw the increasingly chaotic power of space. The power of space was extremely aggressive. If they entered rashly, they would definitely die. Zi-Chen retracted his gaze and said, "There are a total of 7 tunnels. We can only seal one. One is good. Let's take care of the other 6. Zhang Yongxi said. Zi-Chen only had 13 people. The strongest person, Zi-Chen, was only ranked 30th. This team's combat power was not the best among all of them. It was already very good that they could seal 1 tunnel. Hearing Zhang Yongxi's words, Zi-Chen did not say anything and led his team forward. At the same time, the 2 teams in front were directly divided into 6 forces. After that, these 6 forces attacked the 6 tunnels in a straight line. Swoosh! 7-colored light flashed, and the 7-colored saber light slashed forward. The screams of giant dragons were heard. Zi-Chen's slash killed more than a dozen giant dragons. As these giant dragons fell, the space suddenly shook. Man sure stood in this open area with a strong posture. He held the 7-colored mace tightly with both hands and began to swing it vigorously. A large area of 7-colored light flashed, and the giant dragons in front of him were swept away. Zi-Chen and the others leaped into the air and dashed forward. Man sure followed behind them, waving the mace in his hand continuously. He did not want to kill the enemies, but only to sweep a path. A large number of giant dragons were swept away. Mansher's body was too large, like a mountain. His strength was far beyond those giant dragons. Every time he swept, he could clear a large area for Zi-Chen and the others. With Mansher clearing the path, everyone moved forward in a straight line and went straight to the tunnel. In the distance, the other cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Zi-Chen's team was not the strongest in terms of combat power, but they had endless tricks up their sleeves. Once Mansher's attack could not keep up, the others would launch energy attacks to knock away a large number of giant dragons, blocking the way. A loud dragon roar resounded, and Mansher's body shook slightly. A giant golden dragon appeared in front of him. "Get lost!" The giant golden dragon blocked the way. Mansher roared, and the mace in his hand emitted a dazzling light. In this light, the 7-colored light kept changing, and a violent force emerged from the mace. Boom! Mansher swung the mace with force, and a sharp whistle sounded in the air. The mace hit the giant golden dragon. Bang! The entire space shook as a wave of violent energy spread out in all directions. Under the stunned gazes of the people in the distance, the giant golden dragon's body was directly sent flying hundreds of meters. He can even send a giant golden dragon flying. How strong is he? Everyone's mind was shaken by the effect of Mansher's attack. Mansher did not want to kill the enemy, but only wanted to repel them. With the cooperation of the others, Zi-Chen's team was the first to reach the tunnel. Chapter 1714. Among the 7 teams, Zi-Chen's team had the least number of people. Their combat strength was relatively weak. However, there was a big guy like Mansher in this team. With the mountain spirit, tyrannical body, and the rainbow wolf tooth mace, everyone was the first to reach the entrance of the tunnel. The others stood guard on both sides, unleashing waves of energy that swept away a large number of giant dragons. Mansher raised his mace high and struck forward. Boom! The energy shook violently, and the power of space twisted wildly. The giant dragons that had just rushed out of the tunnel were forced back into the tunnel by Mansher's strike. The entire tunnel was temporarily empty. Seeing this, Mu Shou's figure flashed and flew toward the light ball above the tunnel. At this moment, a violent aura emerged from the tunnel. At the entrance of the tunnel, a golden dragon head poked out. It was a giant dragon with an attribute, but its head was smaller than the other giant dragons. However, the aura that surged around its body was much more violent. The golden dragon peeked its head out and stared straight at the tomb keeper with cold, killing intent in its eyes. "Oh no, Mu Shou, retreat!" Zi-Chen shouted. The lightning wings on his back trembled, and he rushed forward in a flash. The golden dragon did not even have time to fully extend its body. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon flame at Musho. The dragon flame turned into flames as soon as it came out. Within the flames, there was a bright golden light. That was the original attribute of the golden dragon, which greatly enhanced the power of the dragon flame. Musho, who was moving forward, did not expect this at all. When he reacted, the golden dragon flame was already rushing toward him. He felt a strong sense of death from the dragon flame, and his face changed drastically. Swoosh! At this moment, he felt a strong wind behind him, and then his arm was grabbed by someone. It was Zichin. He arrived at the critical moment, grabbed Musho's arm, and threw him behind him. At the same time, Zichen's body shone with boundless golden light, blocking the golden dragon flame. The golden dragon flame made contact with Zichen's defense, and there was a sizzling sound. The golden defensive light shield around Zichen's body was quickly dissipating. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the golden dragon flames to be so terrifying. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his blade and slashed down. 9 saber lights appeared in front of him. Each saber light contained 9 saber lights. Each saber light emitted a 7-colored light. 9 saber lights slashed toward Long Yen. The saber light flashed with 7 colors, and the dragon flames disappeared. Then the saber light passed through the dragon flames and landed on the giant golden dragon's head. Bang! The first blade light exploded after hitting the golden dragon's head, causing its body to sway slightly. It was about to drill out of the tunnel, but its body immediately stopped. Bang! Bang! Immediately after, the second and third 7-colored saber light landed on the same spot and exploded. The golden dragon's body swayed, and it couldn't help but take a step back. After that, the rest of the blade lights all exploded. Boundless destructive power surged, directly shattering the scales on the golden dragon's head, leaving a wound on its head. At the same time, under this huge force, the golden dragon was directly pushed back into the tunnel by Zichin. Swoosh! Zichin pointed with one hand, and a sword aura shot above the light ball. Then the sword aura exploded, and the light ball also exploded. Boom! As the light ball exploded, the power of space became chaotic. The entire space tunnel also began to distort. The power of space completely lost control, went berserk, and finally exploded. The tunnel exploded and then disappeared. The golden dragon's unwilling roar could be heard from it. One tunnel was solved, but Zichin and the others didn't have the slightest joy on their faces. Instead, their faces were solemn. Zichen's all-out attack just now was something that even the 30th on the list had to avoid. But when it landed on the golden dragon's head, it only left a wound. If the golden dragon from before could be said to be the Dragon King, then the golden dragon just now could almost be called the Dragon Heavenly King. Tomb Keeper's face was still a little pale. The golden dragon flames just now seemed to be deliberately targeting him. If it wasn't for Zichin, he would definitely have died under the golden dragon flames. Zichen's side destroyed the tunnel, and the other 6 teams also destroyed the tunnel one after another. They didn't encounter the Dragon Heavenly King that was more powerful than the Dragon King. But even so, several of the powerhouses were still injured and one died. All 7 tunnels were destroyed and no new dragons would appear. But in this space there were still many dragons, and there was no lack of dragon kings among them. These dragons were obviously intelligent. Like humans, they quickly divided into teams. In each team, there were several dragon kings, and then they charged at the 7 human teams. Kill! As cold shouts rang out, the powerhouses all exerted their strength and killed the dragons and the dragon kings with all their might. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the battle, the soul-devouring clan's performance was very eye-catching. They transformed into a soul attack mode and shuttled between the dragons. Wherever the soul passed, The dragons fell to the ground and died. Their bodies were unscathed, but their souls had been destroyed. Compared to the soul-devouring clan, the other powerhouses could only kill the physical bodies of the dragons. As for the souls, they would naturally leave. Vile creatures die. In the direction of Zhang Yongxi's team, facing the siege of the Dragon Kings, there was obvious anger on Zhang Yongxi's face. A terrifying fluctuation spread out. He raised his hand and struck out a palm. A solid energy palm print appeared and struck directly at the Dragon King. Boom! The palm print hit the Dragon King's head and exploded. Even half of the Dragon King's head was shattered. With one strike, he killed the Dragon King. Zhang Yongxi's combat strength was indeed terrifying. However, to strike such a blow, he obviously consumed a lot of energy. His face turned slightly pale, and then it recovered. The battle continued. During this period, several powerhouses appeared. When they unleashed their full power, they could kill a Dragon King with one strike. So powerful, they really came prepared. On Zichen's side, both sides cooperated well. The battle went on in an orderly manner. At the same time, they were paying attention to the movements around them. When they saw the powerhouses unleashing their full power, their expressions became extremely solemn. Relatively speaking, among the 7 teams, Zichen's team had the smallest number of people, and their combat strength was also the weakest. Boom! Another Lion Man unleashed his full power. The totem phantom behind him turned into specks of light and merged into his body. His body instantly expanded to dozens of meters. Then he grabbed the Dragon King's head tightly with both hands and smashed it in all directions. Many dragons were sent flying. Seeing such a fierce scene, even Mansher's eyes widened. Obviously, after the other party unleashed this move, his strength had far exceeded his when he activated the mountain spirit tyrant body. Boom! 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 In the continuous sweeping, many dragons' bodies exploded. As for the Dragon King, it was smashed until it was dizzy. In the end, its body was thrown hundreds of meters away. It was motionless. No one knew if it was dead or unconscious. Seeing so many powerful people in the other teams, everyone's expression turned ugly, because in this way, it meant that once the benefits appeared, it would be difficult for Zichen's team to get them. Look, what's that? Mansher, who was looking around, suddenly changed his expression. He pointed his finger at a certain spot in the air. A light gate appeared there. It was another space passage. Seeing this scene, everyone had a nervous look on their faces. But when some of the soul-devouring clan saw it, their eyes flashed with excitement. Facing the Dragon King blocking their way, the soul-devouring clan's eyes flashed with coldness. Previously, they could only deal with some small guys. As for the big guys, it was the Dax tribe and the humans who dealt with them. But the moment they saw the light gate, their expressions changed. A black light appeared in the hand of one of the soul-devouring clan's members. The black light quickly transformed into a black weapon. He held the weapon tightly and slashed at the Dragon King, blocking their way. Uft! The Dragon King's originally indestructible defense was like tofu in the face of this black weapon. It was easily broken. Roar! As for the Dragon King, it let out a painful roar. Its huge body struggled for a while before it stopped moving. All the experts heard the painful roar and turned their heads. They saw the soul-devouring clan pull out the black weapon. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This is the soul-devouring clan's trump card. Zhang Yongxi's expression changed. He actually felt a dangerous aura from the black weapon. Swoosh! After killing a Dragon King, the soul-devouring clan put away the black weapon. Without any hesitation, they rushed toward the light gate in a flash. The nearby soul-devouring clan also followed immediately. Then, the nearby others also entered the light gate in a flash. When the others saw this, they all rushed toward the door of light. However, before they could reach the door of light suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Seeing the light gate disappear, Many experts cursed angrily. Their faces were filled with regret and anger. Obviously, one team had escaped. The next 6 teams would have to face the other Dragon Kings. But soon, a second light gate appeared in the sky. This light gate was very close to one of the teams. After the team shook off the Dragon Kings, they rushed in. As the team entered, the light gate disappeared again. This time, the other teams were not disheartened, because 4 more light gates appeared at the same time. But now there were a total of 5 teams. Uffed, puffed, puffed, puffed. Facing the 4 light gates, the soul-devouring clan in the 4 teams all exploded. Each of them took out a black weapon and killed the Dragon King in one blow. Then they entered the light gate. Before entering, they turned back to look at Zi Chen's direction. At that moment, they were still killing the Dragon Kings. Obviously, there would be no more passageways. The remaining Dragon Kings and Dragon Kings would besiege Zi Chen's team. Facing the siege of so many Dragon Kings, they would definitely die. Everyone revealed a disdainful and mocking smile. Only Zhang Yongxi's expression was slightly complicated. Chapter 1715. 6 light doors appeared one after another. The interval was very short. The group of soul devourers suddenly took out their black weapons and led their people in. The light doors disappeared. It happened so quickly that Zi Chen did not even have time to make any effective deployment before the light doors disappeared. Everything was over. They're gone. They're all gone. Man sure was a little stunned. Now, in the entire space, other than them, there were only dragons. Dragons that one could not see the head of. There was no lack of Dragon Kings among them. The group did not care about the number of dragons. What they were most concerned about was the previous passage. Obviously, there was a passage that allowed them to enter the next place. But now that the passage was gone, everyone had to stop here. They could not move forward, nor could they move backward. It was very likely that they would be trapped here. Everyone had no idea and looked at Zi Chen out of habit. Zi Chen's expression was still calm. His attacks were still steady. Everyone thought that Zi Chen was waiting, but after a full minute, no new passage appeared. Everyone was disappointed. "Kill the dragons with all your might," Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Everyone gathered their spirits out of habit and attacked one after another. Zi Chen also released the Thunder Dragon at this time. A dragon's might spread. When all the Dragon Kings felt the dragon's might, their bodies could not help but tremble. Their speed was greatly reduced. As for the ordinary dragons, they instantly prostrated on the ground. Boom! Boom! Then the bodies of these dragons exploded, turning into pure energy that was swallowed by the Thunder Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the space that was filled with dragons became empty. Even the dragons on the ground that were killed earlier collapsed and disappeared. In front of the Thunder Dragon, these dragons could not resist at all. They were instantly turned into pure energy. As for the Dragon Kings, they could still resist the dragon's might. Their attacks were still sharp and powerful. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded in the entire space. The Thunder Dragon turned into a silver light and charged towards a Dragon King. Uffed! Its sharp dragon claws instantly pierced through the scales on the Dragon King's head and pierced deeply. Boom! As the Thunder Dragon exerted its strength, the Dragon King's head exploded. The Thunder Dragon that kept devouring the giant Dragon King had long become so powerful that it could instantly kill the giant Dragon King. This technique was not at all weaker than the soul-devouring clan's trump cards. Silver light flashed continuously, and loud dragon roars rang out. The heads of the colossal Dragon Kings shattered, and they died. In less than a minute, all the giant Dragon Kings had died at the hands of the Thunder Dragon. The space that was originally filled with giant dragons was now only left with giant Dragon King corpses. The Thunder Dragon opened its mouth and took a deep breath at the Dragon Kings. The giant Dragon King's corpse completely disintegrated, turning into the purest form of energy that was devoured by the Thunder Dragon. The devouring continued for 5 minutes. and the entire space was quiet and clean. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Unfortunately, they would never see it. After devouring all the giant dragon kings, the thunder dragon returned to Zi Chen's side and disappeared. What should we do now? In the space, there were no more enemies. Everyone was bored. Perhaps the only thing left for them was to wait for death. But in the next moment, the power of space surged and a golden door of light appeared. The door of light has appeared again, Manchu shouted loudly, looking very excited. The others were also pleasantly surprised. Only Ziqin was calm, as if he had already expected this scene. You knew it long ago. Mumu looked at Ziqin. The door of light that appeared just now had different colors, and there were only 6 colors. Obviously, there was one color missing, Ziqin explained. Everyone was enlightened, and at the same time, they secretly praised Ziqin's sharp observation. The hall was empty, and only Ziqin's group of 13 were there. Even the giant dragons were gone. So, of course, no one continued to fight. The group successfully walked into the golden door of light. After that, the golden door of light disappeared. In the door of light, there was another space. This space was very large, but it was very empty. It was far from what everyone had imagined, filled with all kinds of giant dragons. To be precise, in this space, there was only one giant dragon. It was a giant dragon that was emitting golden light. Its body was less than 40 meters, just a little bigger than an ordinary giant dragon. It was far from being comparable to those giant dragon kings, but it was much stronger than the giant dragon kings, because in between its eyebrows there was a wound. Golden blood appeared from the wound and slowly dripped down. At the bottom of this space, there was a small puddle of golden blood, like a miniature golden lake. Everyone recognized at a glance that this was the giant golden dragon that Ziqin had forced into the passage. The wound on the giant golden dragon's forehead was caused by Ziqin's all-out attack. Seeing this giant dragon again, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect it to be behind the passage. As for the endless giant dragons from before, there was no trace of them. But in the next moment, they understood where those giant dragons had gone. They saw the giant golden dragon releasing a dazzling golden light. This golden light was not pure light, but a substantial energy. This energy appeared from the giant golden dragon's body and flew around. A shocking scene appeared. These lights turned into giant dragons in an instant. With everyone's eyesight, they could naturally see that these were pure giant dragons, existences with flesh and blood. What kind of remarkable ability is this? Everyone stared at the giant golden dragon with wide eyes. They had never seen such a method of materializing energy. Even if some brilliant doppelganger techniques could create a physical body, it was still an illusory existence. The physical body created had combat power, but it was worthless. However, the giant dragons created by the giant golden dragon were all real giant dragons. They had flesh and blood. The blood could even be used to refine medicine. The flesh could increase blood qi, and the bones could be used to refine weapons. The golden light landed and turned into giant dragons. They rushed towards Ziqin and the others in unison. All kinds of dragon roars echoed. Swoosh! Around the giant golden dragon, golden lights flew out again. This time there were not many golden lights, but each of them was extremely condensed and bright. These golden lights landed and turned into giant golden dragon kings. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect the giant golden dragon kings to be formed like this. Kill! Ziqin shouted. He swept past the giant dragons and rushed towards the giant golden dragon king. At the same time, a dragon's might spread and enveloped the giant dragons. The giant dragons' bodies exploded and turned into pure energy. In an instant, only the giant golden dragon king and the giant golden dragon king were left. Ziqin and the others rushed towards the giant golden dragon king. A silver light rushed towards the giant golden dragon kings. Die! Zichen shouted and unsheathed the long saber in his hand. Another 9 fused 7-colored saber lights appeared and slashed towards the giant golden dragon king. Boom! The energy shook violently. A violent aura appeared. Man sure swung his mace and followed closely behind, smashing towards the giant golden dragon king's head. Swoosh! A spear appeared in obedient Heavenly Tao's hand. The tip of the spear trembled. A trace of Heavenly Tao power appeared and pointed straight ahead. The 13 of them ignored the giant dragons. Instead, they went straight for the giant golden dragon king, showing fierce, killing intent. A loud dragon roar sounded. The giant golden dragon's body shone with golden light. A violent aura spread. Pum! 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 Many attacks landed on the giant golden dragon king and exploded. However, only a few could break through its defense. The giant golden dragon king was pushed back by a strong force. As soon as it retreated, it turned into a golden light and rushed forward. Bang! The golden light hit Man Shure's mace and sent him flying with his weapon. Man Shure flew backward with blood at the corner of his mouth. Wu Xie's vertical eye opened. The light of destruction shot towards the giant golden dragon king. However, the giant golden dragon king's figure flickered a few times. It was like teleportation. His figure kept disappearing and dodging the attack. A beam of golden light shot out from the golden dragon, heavenly king, and sent Wu Xie flying. This giant golden dragon king was very powerful. It was much more powerful than the giant dragon kings. After that, a few more people were sent flying. They coughed up blood one after another. Back off! Zichen shouted. The thunder wings on his back flapped. His figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the giant golden dragon king. He suddenly pulled out his saber and slashed at the giant golden dragon king. Swoosh! The giant golden dragon king's figure flashed and disappeared as well. Zichen was not to be outdone. He took a step forward and disappeared as well. A man and a dragon. Their figures kept flashing in this space. At the same time, they kept attacking. The crowd could only watch from afar. They could not help. They were very anxious. On the other side, the Thunder Dragon had killed all the giant dragon kings. After seeing the battle here, it let out a dragon roar. This dragon roar was relatively not loud. However, a materialized ripple appeared. This ripple spread out in a fan-shaped state. Its target was the giant golden dragon king. Man Shure happened to be enveloped by this ripple. His body trembled. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. He completely lost his mental state. When the ripple passed by him, he suddenly woke up. In front of him, 2 golden lights appeared. The ripple followed. Facing this ripple, Zichen did not feel any discomfort. However, the giant golden dragon king's movements slowed down. His shining eyes became dazed. Just as the giant golden dragon king was dazed, the saber in Zichen's hand changed to the star illusion dragon stab. It completely pierced the giant golden dragon king's head. The giant golden dragon king was in pain. He let out a roar. The entire space trembled. At the same time, the power in the entire space became extremely chaotic. It was extremely unstable and could collapse at any time. Not good. It's trying to escape. Seeing the giant golden dragon king's body trembling and the golden light around it getting stronger, Zichen's expression changed. He did not expect that the dragon stab could not kill the giant golden dragon king after piercing the giant golden dragon king's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the thunder dragon revealed its huge dragon body. Its sharp dragon claws pierced through the giant golden dragon king's head. At the same time, a thunderous force emerged from the claws and spread throughout the giant golden dragon king's body. It stopped the giant golden dragon king from escaping. The next moment, the thunder dragon king sucked at the giant golden dragon king. It was filled with golden light. However, it turned into pure golden energy liquid and was devoured by the Thunder Dragon King. As the giant Golden Dragon King was devoured, the world collapsed. Everyone's figures appeared in another space. Chapter 17:16. A new space appeared in front of everyone, or rather, it was a new world. In this world, there was a terrifying pressure that permeated the air. This pressure was like 10,000 mountains floating above one's head, pressing down on one's heart. It was suffocating and made one unable to stand. Ziqin and the others who had just appeared were all lying on the ground in a sorry state. The word danger immediately appeared in everyone's mind. They were on guard. Only Moo Moo had a look of doubt in his eyes. After a short moment of loss of composure, everyone stood up against the pressure. Then they saw the 6 teams that had left first. They were no longer divided into groups and gathered together again. Originally, there were close to 100 people in the team. Now, there were obviously more than 20 people. Some of them were even seriously injured. Seeing Ziqin and the others appear, and all of them were unharmed, they were shocked and surprised. However, after the shock and surprise, some of them were gloating. Ziqin saw Zhang Yongxi in the crowd. The latter smiled bitterly at him and then pointed in another direction. Ziqin's gaze followed the direction of the other party's finger. His expression changed at first. Then he could not help but gasp. Finally, there was a strong shock in his eyes. The reason for his change in expression was that he saw the giant dragon, Heavenly King, again. There was not only one, but a total of 6. Their sizes were the same, but the light on their bodies was very different. It was 6 of the 7 colors from before. Only the gold color was missing. Looking at the obvious wounds on their bodies, it was obvious that they had fought with the other 6 forces. At this moment, the 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings were looking at Ziqin and the others. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Under normal circumstances, there should be a golden dragon that had retreated. However, before the golden dragon had returned, these people had arrived first. As if they had understood something from the expressions of the giant dragon Heavenly Kings. Many of the experts on the other side were also in disbelief. They knew very well how strong those giant dragon Heavenly Kings were. Almost all of the experts had used their full strength, but they could not kill them. They could only retreat. However, they did not expect Ziqin and the others to be able to kill one. These giant dragon Heavenly Kings were indeed strong. However, it was only enough to make Ziqin's expression change. As for the gasp, it was for another reason. As for the reason why Zhang Yongxi had a bitter expression on his face, it was obviously not because of these 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings. Looking behind the 6 giant dragon Heavenly Kings, Ziqin saw a few sharp spikes. These spikes extended horizontally and were hundreds of meters long. The long spike did not emit a cold light, but a 7-colored light. It was a pure 7-colored light that was constantly changing, like a 7-colored weapon. That was a 7-colored weapon that did not need to be deliberately refined. Man Sure and the others clearly saw the scene as well, and each of them could not help but gasp. Looking up along the long spike, there was a thick cylinder at the end of the spike. Round objects the size of a face were carved on the surface of the cylinder, like small shields. They were closely connected and stacked on top of each other, and they were also flowing with 7 colors. His gaze shifted upwards again. This pillar was over 1,000 meters tall and extended upwards. There were 2 such pillars, but was this really a strange pillar? When everyone raised their heads and saw the full picture, they were all dumbfounded. Above their heads, there was a huge head that was emitting 7-colored light, like a small mountain. This was the head of a giant dragon that had been enlarged hundreds of times. At this moment, the pair of 7-colored eyes on the head was staring at them. What they saw just now was not a pillar, but 2 dragon legs. Above the dragon legs was a huge dragon body. This was a giant dragon, a 7-colored giant dragon. Its body was boundlessly huge. According to their previous division, there were giant dragon kings and giant dragon Heavenly Kings. Then this giant creature that was as big as a dozen mountains gathered together was a pure giant dragon emperor, not to mention the terrifying aura that surged around the other party. Just this size alone was enough to make everyone unable to kill it. Moreover, looking at the 6 giant dragon heavenly kings below, they all had powerful methods, not to mention the 7-colored giant dragon. The aura that naturally exuded from the 7-colored giant dragon was very terrifying. However, this was not the only reason why everyone felt suffocated, and it was also not the reason why Ziqin was shocked. What really shocked Ziqin was a skeleton floating in the air not far from the 7-colored giant dragon. Although the skeleton was not as big as the 7-colored giant dragon, it was still thousands of meters long. This was the skeleton of a dragon that had lost its physical body. The skeleton of a real Eastern divine dragon was very complete. The skeleton was obviously a divine dragon that had been dead for many years. Even without flesh and blood, the skeleton still exuded a terrifying aura. The skeleton was like jade, with specks of light constantly gushing out from it. These lights were the purest essence of the skeleton. As soon as these essences floated out, they were swept away by a 7-colored energy and then entered the body of the 7-colored giant dragon. After absorbing these essences, the 7-colored giant dragon, which had a strong aura to begin with, became even more powerful. However, every time it absorbed some of the essence of the divine dragon, there was a 7-colored energy that floated out from its body and disappeared in this space. It's it. Looking at all this, the tomb keeper muttered. Obviously, the changes in the dragon tomb were because of this 7-colored giant dragon. It quietly came here and stole the power of the divine dragon, causing the changes in the entire dragon tomb. The tomb keeper looked up at the 7-colored giant dragon. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he said coldly, "So it's you? Why? Do you think you can transform into a dragon just because you stole the power of the divine dragon?" Hearing the tomb keeper's extremely rude words, the expressions of all the humans who had arrived earlier changed drastically. When they arrived and saw this scene, they were so scared that they did not dare to say a word, for fear of angering the other party. However, this 7-colored giant dragon seemed to be too powerful and directly ignored them. Both parties were silent, not saying a word until Ziqin and the others appeared. When they saw Ziqin and the others, they were very surprised and shocked, but also somewhat gloating. If everyone could not get out, then they were obviously here to die. However, they did not expect that before the 7-colored giant dragon made a move, someone on Ziqin's side had already spoken, and in such a rude manner. The 7-colored giant dragon lowered its head again and looked at the tomb keeper. In fact, Ziqin had a misconception that all of them had not attracted the attention of the 7-colored giant dragon, except for the tomb keeper. Just now, the 7-colored giant dragon had lowered its head not to look at them, but to guard the tomb. This was only Ziqin's intuition, but he firmly believed it because there was no fear in the tomb keeper's eyes when he looked at the 7-colored giant dragon. Even though Ziqin could not understand why the tomb keeper was so confident, he did not see any madness in the tomb keeper's eyes, which proved that he was still clear-headed. Ants. In the sky, 2 words rang out. These 2 words seemed to have been written with the sound of thunder. They were very oppressive and oppressive. The crowd, who were already unable to endure this oppressive aura, felt the urge to vomit blood after hearing this voice. Everyone resisted the urge to vomit blood, but they were in despair. The 7-colored giant dragon could speak, which proved that it had extraordinary intelligence, and it had noticed them. Obviously, they were in trouble. The human and alien race experts were in low spirits. They were in despair. However, the soul-devouring clan experts' expressions kept changing. Zhang Yongxi looked at all of this in silence. "I am indeed an ant, but how much stronger can you be?" The tomb keeper laughed mockingly, then looked at the experts in the distance and pointed at the 7-colored giant dragon without any courtesy. He said, Don't be fooled by its size, it can't even attack now. If you have any trump cards now, just use them. It can't fight back at all. If you wait for it to completely absorb the divine dragon's power and become a divine dragon, it will be the time of your death. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed again, and they were shocked. Ants die. In the sky, the 7-colored giant dragon's voice sounded again. This time, it was so angry that many experts coughed up blood. The 7-colored giant dragon slowly raised its dragon claw and slapped toward Zichun and the others. See, this guy is very slow. If you attack now, you still have a chance to live. Once you miss this great opportunity, everyone will be buried here. The dragon claw was very slow. When the tomb keeper finished speaking, it was still in the air. However, everyone saw that under the dragon claw, the power of space had become solid and solid. The entire space was like a frozen block of ice, and Zichen and the others were like ice sculptures in the middle of the ice, unable to move at all. The dragon claw was slow, but it was falling. Zichen and the others couldn't move at all. The dragon claw fell and broke the space forcefully, as if it was breaking ice with force. Boom! The giant dragon claw covered the heads of Zichen and the others, blocking their vision. No one could see what happened to Zichen and the others. They only saw that the space had completely collapsed. This is the only... The tomb keeper's words were only halfway through before he completely disappeared. The energy was violent and the space was broken. The violent aura was turbulent, and all the experts' expressions changed. Not to mention that Zichen and the others didn't rank high. Even someone like Zhang Yongxi couldn't survive that violent energy. Sure enough, when the dragon claw lifted again, there was no one there. There wasn't even a bit of flesh. No one believed that Zichen and the others could escape under such circumstances. Everyone firmly believed that Zichen and the others had been smashed into nothingness by the dragon claw. Everyone tensed up and looked at the 7-colored giant dragon warily. The other party was simply too powerful. No one could escape from that attack, just now. However, the 7-colored giant dragon didn't attack. It completely ignored them. Everything returned to how it was before, and Zichen and the others weren't there. Everyone's expressions changed, and they didn't know what to do. Chapter 17:17. Let's try. Everyone's expression darkened when they heard that. One of the alien races said, "Those fellows wanted to try, but they were blown into nothingness." Some agreed, while others remained silent. Zhang Yongxi said, "But what he said makes sense. If he wasn't restrained, how could we still be alive?" The alien race member from before said, "That's because he doesn't want to kill us yet." Zhang Yongxi smiled faintly and said, "Since we're going to be killed sooner or later, why don't we fight for it? Is there a need to fight for it? If he insisted on killing us, the 6 color dragons would have already made their move. But what if he thinks that the 6 fellows can't kill us? How is that possible?" The alien race member from before was stunned. Zhang Yongxi glanced at him and turned to the soul-devouring clan members. He said, "Everyone, this is a matter of life and death. If you have something good, take it out. Don't keep it to yourself." Everyone's attention fell on the soul-devouring clan members. The soul-devouring clan members' expressions changed slightly. Zhang Yongxi continued, "Since we're all allies, we should help each other. Moreover, we're in such a dangerous situation. You can take out your trump cards now, but I'm afraid you won't even be able to take them out in a moment." The soul-devouring clan members' expressions darkened immediately. The tomb keeper's words were his own idea. He did not communicate with Zichen and the others beforehand. As the 7-colored dragon's claw landed, everyone felt a destructive force. However, they did not lose their composure. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but it was because of trust. They had absolute trust in the tomb keeper. Reality proved that the tomb keeper would not go crazy for no reason. Everyone was still alive. The moment the dragon's claw landed, a mysterious energy appeared around the tomb keeper. This energy avoided the seven-colored dragon's perception and shrouded everyone. After that, as the energy was destroyed, everyone disappeared into thin air. The next moment, everyone arrived at a safe zone. To be precise, they arrived at the center of the entire dragon tomb. That's right, the center was where the dragon source was. It was the place the seven-colored dragon wanted to reach the most. Everyone raised their heads and saw Long Yuan at a glance. Compared to the previous head-sized dragon source, the current dragon source was like a huge flaming lake. Even though there was a spatial barrier between them, everyone could still feel the surging vitality emitted by the dragon source. This is the dragon source. Everyone looked at the dragon source in the other space in the sky, and disbelief appeared on their faces. The dragon source they had seen back then was not large in size. It was like a ball of gentle flames, and within the flames was the image of a dragon. That was the flame of life, representing the dragon origin's immortality and indestructibility. But in front of him, the dragon source was like a burning lake, surging with unimaginable vitality. This made him wonder if there were any living creatures within the flames. This is the dragon origin. The tomb keeper emphasized his expression, somewhat complicated. This was the place that their clan had guarded for generations. This was also the foundation of the resurrection of the divine dragon. But today he had brought outsiders here and even wanted to refine these things, truly cutting off the resurrection of the divine dragon. But in this situation, this was the only choice. This is unbelievable. Zichen's eyes were filled with shock. There were too many dragon origins here, far more than anyone could imagine. Once all of them were refined, everyone's cultivation realm would probably break through to the peak of level 9. And what is that? A piece of paper. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the dragon source, the observant Dongqing saw something floating above the dragon source. It did look like a piece of paper emitting a faint light. Because the dragon source was too bright, this piece of paper appeared inconspicuous. Without hesitation, everyone jumped into the space and looked at the piece of paper. Manshur was the closest and reached out to grab the piece of golden paper. Buzz! The paper trembled, and a mysterious force surged from it, sending Manshur flying. Zichen looked at the paper. What's going on? Wu Xie frowned and reached for the paper. Don't! Before Manshur could finish his sentence, Wu Xie was sent flying. 2 people were sent flying in a row. Although they were not injured, it was enough to show how strange and extraordinary the paper was. Zichen walked forward, his right hand emitting a golden light as he reached for the paper. Buzz! The paper trembled again, and a repulsive force emerged. Because he was prepared, Zichen was not sent flying, but his right hand was sent flying. Even Zichen could not hold it. Obviously, this piece of paper was extraordinary. Perhaps it was a rare treasure. Zichen originally guessed that this might be a page of the heavenly book, but it had a repulsive force against him. Obviously, Zichen was not right. Let me try. Just as everyone was at a loss, Mu Shou suddenly said. After that, he walked over and landed on the paper with ease. There was no repulsive force. After the paper touched his hand, it quickly melted, turning into specks of golden light and entering Mu Shou's body. Mu Shou, who was just trying to hold it, suddenly changed his expression after the specks of golden light entered his body. Then his face was filled with ecstasy. Why are you so happy? What is this? As the leader of the tribe, Guardian Tomb was very careful to control his emotions. Expressions of great joy and great sorrow rarely appeared on his face. Today he could not suppress his excitement. Obviously, the golden paper was something extraordinary. When the golden light disappeared, Mu Shou was so happy that he could not close his mouth. What is it? Shen asked curiously. The way to control the Cosmos Bell. Mu Shou was excited. The way to control the Cosmos Bell? Haven't you always been able to control it? Everyone was puzzled. Mu Shou shook his head and said, In the past, we used vitality to control it. That method is actually wrong, but we have lost the real way. We can only use vitality to control it. Everyone immediately remembered the scene when the elders died. At that time, Zichen found it strange. Why did such a treasure need vitality to activate? Now he understood. What's with the 7-color dragon? You seem to know it very well. Also, how did you bring us here so quickly? Zichen asked. The others also looked at Mu Shou curiously. Mu Shou said, "Previously, I didn't know anything about that place. The reason why I suddenly understood was because of the remnant will of the divine dragon. Through this remnant will, I know that the 7-color dragon has no attack power before it completely refines the dragon bone. At the same time, I also obtained some authority. This authority can send us directly to the center area. The divine dragons will also said that there is something here to deal with the 7-colored dragon. Could it be the method just now?" Mu Shou smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe, but this space has been sealed by the 7-colored dragon. I can't control the Cosmos Bell unless the space seal disappears." Then what should we do? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Once the 7-color dragon completely refines the dragon bone, it will be able to station itself here and devour all of the dragon origin. Then it will become a divine dragon and reach the emperor level. At that time, no one in this world will be its match. Hearing Mu Shou's words, Manshur stared and said, "What? You're saying that the 7-colored dragon is not yet an emperor realm but a king realm?" "Peak king realm is equivalent to a peak 9th tier human," said Mu Shou. "How is that possible? It's so powerful. It can kill all of us with one slap. Even Zichen is no match for it." "Zichen still has room to grow, right?" No longer discussing the issue of combat power, Zichen said, "All right, since the 7-colored dragon's ultimate goal is the dragon origin, we can't let it get away with it. Let's start refining the dragon origin." This was an opportunity to improve their strength. Of course, no one would miss it. As for Mu Shou, he had no objections and also joined in. At the same time, Zichen also released Lei Long. Lei Long had already reached the 9th tier and was currently in the early 9th tier. The dragon origin would be of great use to him. Everyone began refining the dragon origin to improve their strength. The battle outside had already begun. Wave after wave of dragon origin power entered Zichen's body, constantly strengthening his body. At the same time, it also increased the energy in Zichen's body. In the process of refining the dragon origin power, no one could feel the passage of time. It hadn't been long since they broke through to the early 9th tier. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to break through to the middle 9th tier. It might take at least 100 years, but with the dragon origin power, it greatly reduced the amount of time they needed to break through. The dragon origin power was very pure. It didn't need to be deliberately refined to be absorbed. Everyone's realm was constantly increasing. The 13 people and Lei Long were all absorbing the dragon origin power. The dragon origin power was also constantly decreasing. None of the people present were ordinary people. They needed a lot of resources. Lei Long was the one who absorbed the fastest. The dragon origin power was almost exactly the same as the energy in its body. It just needed to keep devouring. Soon, it broke through a realm and reached the middle 9th tier. After breaking through, it didn't continue to absorb for some reason. The dragon origin power had already decreased by 1/6, and it was still decreasing. In the process of decreasing, a black that appeared in the center of the dragon origin power. At first, it wasn't obvious, but as the dragon origin continued to decrease, it slowly became visible. As the second fastest absorbing dragon origin power, Zichen's energy began to fluctuate around him. He, who was on the verge of breaking through, turned into a black hole and crazily devoured the dragon origin power. The dragon origin power was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zichen's realm was rapidly increasing. He finally reached a limit and broke through to the middle 9th tier. Stepping into the 9th tier meant that they had entered the 9th heaven. Every time they broke through a small realm, their battle strength would increase by at least 10 times. When he was in the early 9th tier, Zichen could enter the top 30 with the help of the 7-colored weapon. Now that he had broken through again, Zichen was even more confident that he could enter the top 10. In other words, he was confident that he could defeat Zhang Yongxi. After breaking through, Zichen opened his eyes with a look of joy. Chapter 1718. After breaking through, a large amount of dragon origin was consumed. The lake-like volume of the dragon origin plummeted. When Zichen opened his eyes, he naturally saw the black in the center of the dragon origin. The reason it was natural was because Zichen was not far from the black. The light emitted by the black that was very pure, completely different from the dragon origin. It was very eye-catching. Why is there something in the dragon origin? Zichen was clearly puzzled. He got up and walked toward the black dot. When he got closer, he saw what the black dot was. He could not help but be surprised. It was a bow-shaped weapon. There were raised carvings on the bow. It was a weapon in the dragon origin. This piqued Zichen's curiosity. Zichen bent down and reached out to grab the black bow. Roar! The moment he grabbed the longbow, Zichen vaguely heard a loud dragon roar in his sea of consciousness. A longbow appeared in front of him. The material of the bow was black. There were 2 majestic divine dragons carved on it. The 2 divine dragons were in opposite positions. They opened their mouths and wanted to swallow the bright pearl in front of them. The scene froze. The 2 divine dragons' bodies were connected by the bright pearl, forming a black bow. The bowstring was connected by the 2 dragon tails, forming a black longbow. The black longbow naturally emitted a dragon's might. This made one wonder if it was a divine dragon bow made from real divine dragons. Bang! The divine dragon bow in front suddenly shattered. The 2 divine dragons separated and danced in the sky. They were less than a meter long at first. However, as the light around them changed and their auras were released, each of them grew to 1,000 meters long. The 2 dragons were still fighting for the pearl. The pearl seemed to have come alive. After breaking free from the 2 dragons, it suddenly rushed toward Zichen. Zichen immediately felt a pain in his glabella. It was as if the pearl had pierced through his glabella. The 2 dragons stared at Zichen. With a loud dragon roar, the 2 divine dragons rushed toward Zichen and opened their mouths. Faced with such a situation, Zichen's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating. However, the constant stabbing pain between his eyebrows greatly affected Zichen's speed. The 2 divine dragons quickly caught up and opened their mouths to swallow Zichen. At this moment of life and death, an external force suddenly fell on Zichen's body, causing him to stagger. With a shake of his body, Zichen's eyes regained their clarity. Why are you in a daze all of a sudden? Why are you sweating so much? Are you dreaming? And you're dreaming while standing up. Man sure widened his eyes and looked at Zichen in confusion. Man sure wasn't the only one standing beside him. There were other people as well. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zichen with suspicion and worry. Zichen reacted and hurriedly touched the space between his eyebrows, but he only felt cold sweat. The discomfort in his glabella had already disappeared. His pale face gradually returned to normal. Then he looked down at his hand, but there was nothing in it. What happened to you? Seeing Zichen touch and look at his body after waking up, everyone couldn't help but worry. Did you see a black longbow? Zichen immediately asked. There's no longbow. Everyone shook their heads in confusion. Man sure slapped his forehead and laughed. It's over. Why did he suddenly become stupid? Don't talk nonsense. Dong Qing glared at Man sure fiercely and walked forward. He looked at Zichen and asked, Zichen, what happened to you? Zichen asked again, do you see a long bow? It's black and it's in my hand. Without waiting for Dong Qing to speak, Man Sher's voice sounded again. Zichen, you're delusional. This space is only so big. Other than us, there's only the dragon source. We're refining the dragon source to increase our strength. How can there be a black longbow? Don't tell me you found the longbow in the dragon source. Zichen looked at the confused and worried people around him and said, "If I really found it in the dragon source, would you believe me?" Zichen looked at Wu Xie and shook his head. Zichen looked at Shantian, and the latter also shook his head. At the same time, the others also shook their heads. Only the three women didn't shake their heads, but they also didn't nod. Man sure said again, "Zichen, you're too funny. You said you found a weapon, but who saw it? Lei Long was here the whole time. You asked him if he saw it." Lei Long's voice sounded. "I was distracted just now. I didn't pay attention." Man sure laughed and said, "Listen, Lei Long is so considerate of you. You even got distracted. Do you think that refining a dragon origin will make you distracted?" Lei Long said in a wrong tone, "I really was distracted." Man sure waved his hand and said, "All right, there's nothing for you to do here. Continue refining. Zichen, tell me, you insisted that there was a bow here. Did you see what it looked like?" Of course. Zichen knew about it. He immediately said, "It's black and there are two dragons on it. It looks very realistic. The two dragons are fighting for a pearl, a very unique bowstring, and two dragon tails." Hearing Zichen's words, Manshur smiled and said, "Keep making it up. I think you're—" Manshur interrupted Zichen, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. Because when Zichen stretched out his hands and gestured, a bow appeared in his hands. It was a black bow with two dragons fighting over a pearl. The bow emitted a dragon's aura. The two dragons were very realistic. Zichen grabbed the black bow and didn't explain anymore. He just looked at Manshur. Facing Zichen's threatening gaze, Manshur scratched his head and muttered, There really is one." Everyone was surprised. Just now, they thought that Zichen was distracted and hallucinating. They didn't expect that there really was a black bow. After feeling the dragon's aura, Mu Shou asked, "Where did you find this bow?" Zichen pointed at his feet and said, "Here." "I really found it in the dragon source." Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, it's called the divine dragon bow." When the black bow appeared again, some information appeared in Zichen's mind. It was related to this black bow. "Let's test its power," everyone encouraged. "There's no arrow. How can we test it?" Manshur muttered. "This bow can be used even without arrows." Just as they were talking, Zichen took a step forward and bent his left leg slightly to stabilize his upper body. His left hand grabbed the bow, and his right hand grabbed the bowstring. Golden light surged around him as he slowly exerted force. As the bowstring was pulled back, the black longbow suddenly shone brightly. The essence energy of the entire space began to surge madly towards the longbow. Even the dragon origin was shaken. Pure energy was constantly flowing away, absorbed by the longbow. A shining energy arrow automatically appeared on the longbow. "Don't shoot it. It's too wasteful, too extravagant," Mu Shou shouted. Tombkeeper shouted. There was no other energy in this space. The only energy that the dragon god, Bao, could extract was the dragon origin. Zichen didn't release the bowstring. He slowly pulled back. Just now, he had already felt the power of the divine dragon bow from the arrow. If he rashly shot it, it would definitely pierce through the space here and bring trouble to everyone. As Zichen pulled back, the energy in the arrow was constantly being drained. In the end, it was all turned into dragon source. In the end, Zichen released the bowstring. The bowstring vibrated, causing the space to tremble. What a terrifying weapon! Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. The instant the arrow was formed, they all felt a sense of danger. What a pity! There is indeed one less arrow, the dragon god arrow. After releasing the bowstring, Zichen sighed softly. After pulling the bowstring, Zichen understood more about the divine dragon bow. At the same time, some information entered Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. "The dragon god arrow is in our tribe," Mu Shou suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at Mu Shou. In the tribe storehouse, there has always been an arrow. The body of the arrow is black and thicker than ordinary arrows. It looks like a mini dragon. During this time, there were some warriors in the tribe who were good at using bows and arrows. There were also some who had designs on the dragon god arrow. Unfortunately, it was useless. When placed on the bowstring, it was inferior to scrap metal. That is a treasure passed down in the tribe. It is called the dragon god arrow. It has been passed down from generation to generation. I never thought that I would be able to see the divine dragon bow that matches the dragon god arrow today. Mu Shou sighed emotionally. I think that the thing that the divine dragons last will said that can deal with the seven-colored giant dragon should be this. With a breakthrough in his realm and the divine dragon bow, Zichen was very confident. We can give it a try. There were still many dragon origins, but killing the seven-colored giant dragon was more important. Mu Shou nodded and said, "Let us see what they are doing." As he spoke, Mu Shou waved his sleeve forward. Some dragon origins floated out from below and formed a light screen in midair. On the light screen, there were many figures. They were the people from before. They had already started an all-out battle with the seven-colored giant dragon. Everyone saw the seven-colored giant dragon open its mouth and spit out a large amount of seven-colored light. Then, it turned into many dragon shadows. These were all giant dragons with attributes. In other words, they were all giant dragon kings. Normally, these giant dragon kings were extremely powerful existences. But today, facing so many experts who had revealed their trump cards, these giant dragon kings were obviously not enough. Poof! Among them, several members of the soul-devouring clan were constantly shuttling around the giant dragon kings. The black weapons in their hands were easily inserted into the heads of the giant dragon kings. What kind of weapons are these? They are so sharp. The sharpness of these weapons had already surpassed the seven-colored weapons in everyone's hands. Mu Shou looked at these weapons and said, "Those are weapons refined from dragon bones." "What, dragon bones?" Mu Shou nodded and said, "The dragon bones of a divine dragon." Half of the soul-devouring clan's purpose here is for the dragon origins, and the other half is for the dragon bones. Facing so many experts, these giant dragon kings were obviously not enough. Soon, large amounts of giant dragon king corpses appeared on the ground. Swoosh! The seven-colored giant dragon still could not launch an attack. Its body began to shine with seven-colored light. After this light appeared, it forcibly separated and turned into seven giant dragons of a single attribute. These were all giant dragon heavenly kings. With seven of them appearing at once, their combat strength was much stronger than the giant dragon kings. Before everyone had a breakthrough, except for Zichen, everyone would have to die in a one-on-one battle. Just as everyone thought that those guys on the light screen were going to be unlucky, they saw a member of the soul-devouring clan suddenly take out a long spear. The long spear looked very similar to Zi Chen's dragon soul spear. Then he pointed the spear. The shadow of a divine dragon appeared with this spear and rushed towards one of the giant dragon heavenly kings. The dragon's roar resounded as the divine dragon's shadow rushed forward. Poof! A big hole appeared on the head of the giant dragon heavenly king. Its soul was destroyed and its huge body collapsed. Chapter 1719. Everyone knew how powerful those smaller giant dragon heavenly kings were. Back then, when Zichen joined forces with Lei Long, they only managed to kill one with the star illusion dragon spike. Those existences not only had strong defense, but also knew how to teleport. Ordinary methods could not kill them at all. But now the soul-devouring clan, who were not proficient in energy attacks, had easily killed a giant dragon heavenly king with a single spear strike. And all of this was not the end. It was merely the beginning. In another direction, another dragon shadow appeared. However, This dragon shadow did not turn into a spear light, but a saber light. A dragon shadow flickered in the saber light. This attack was launched by a black saber in the shape of a dragon. Wherever the saber light passed, a dragon roar resounded. Another giant dragon, Heavenly King, was cut in half. His soul was destroyed and he died. A dragon spear had appeared earlier, and now there was another dragon saber. Immediately after, several powerful attacks appeared in other directions. Undoubtedly, the attacks all had dragon shadows. They were all very powerful and carried terrifying might. A total of 7 weapons appeared, just enough to deal with the 7 giant dragon Heavenly Kings. They were instantly killed. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the soul-devouring clan to have such weapons. They were almost on par with the divine dragon bow in Zi-Chen's hands. "I know," Tombkeeper suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention again. "I know," Tombkeeper shouted, attracting everyone's attention. The soul-devouring clan is not only aiming for the dragon bones and dragon origin, but also the divine dragon bow. I think they must have obtained those weapons from other dragon tombs. Everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, it was understandable why the soul-devouring clan dared to encourage others to come in despite knowing the danger. Whether it was the dragon bones, dragon origin, or the weapons, they were all enough to make them take the risk. Relatively speaking, the dragon origin was the least valuable, because Zi-Chen did not believe that the dragon origin could allow them to break through the 9th layer barrier and reach the Sector Lord level. If that was the case, the soul-devouring clan would have had several Sector Lords over the years. Fortunately, we came this time. Otherwise, after these guys killed the 7-color dragon, they would definitely take away the dragon origin and the divine dragon bow. At that time, we would lose more than we gain. Man sure snorted and said, "That's fine too. We'll watch the show from here and wait for them to kill the 7-colored dragon. Then we'll go out." Tombkeeper shook his head and said, "Right now, the rainbow dragon doesn't have any means of attack. That's because it doesn't want to give up the dragon bone. However, once its life is in danger, it will give up the dragon bone. When that happens, it will destroy everyone." When Man sure heard this, his eyes lit up. He said, "Isn't that perfect? We can go out after they die. Those dragon weapons are all good stuff." "If they die, we won't be able to live either," Zi-Chen snapped. "That's right. Let's hurry out. While the rainbow dragon is hesitating, we'll give it a good beating." Tombkeeper nodded. Man sure turned around and looked at the dragon origins with some reluctance. How should we deal with these dragon origins? The remaining dragon origin was enough for everyone to break through to the late stage. Zi-Chen said, "Keep them. If we can kill the rainbow dragon, these dragon origins will be useless." How could the dragon origins be useless? Zi-Chen left these dragon origins behind for Tombkeeper and the entire tribe. Tombkeeper looked at Zi-Chen gratefully. Tombkeeper paid the price of his life and told everyone that the rainbow dragon couldn't attack at the moment. After that, everyone listened to Zhang Yongxi's suggestion. Whether they succeeded or not, they had to fight for their survival. As expected, the rainbow dragon didn't continue to attack. However, it created many dragon kings. Facing these dragon kings, the soul-devouring clan took out a black weapon. This weapon could kill a dragon king instantly. In other words, an expert like Zhang Yongxi, who could only kill a dragon king with a full blow, could be easily killed by the soul-devouring clan with the black weapons. Moreover, the soul-devouring clan had such a powerful weapon. This was obviously the soul-devouring clan's trump card. It was much more powerful than Zi-Chen's 7-colored weapon. With so many black weapons, the soul-devouring clan could kill the dragon kings instantly. But immediately after, the giant dragon Heavenly Kings launched their attacks. Facing such an existence, it was a little difficult for everyone to deal with. They were almost unable to fight back and could only retreat in defeat. At this moment, the soul-devouring clan took out another dragon-shaped weapon that was even more powerful. This dragon-shaped weapon was so powerful that it could kill a dragon king with a single blow. Moreover, it was in the hands of the soul-devouring clan, who were not good at energy attacks. There were many true experts present, such as Zhang Yongxi and Mengda of the mutated clan. These were all true experts. In their original understanding, as long as they were strong enough, any weapon would be the same, unless it was an emperor-level weapon. However, today their understanding was completely overturned. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that these dragon-shaped weapons were only royal weapons. They were even of the same grade as Zi Chen's seven-colored weapon, which was the highest grade of king level. However, these weapons were undoubtedly powerful, far surpassing the seven-colored weapon. They were a little annoyed and wondered why they didn't find a powerful weapon. They also had some strange thoughts in their minds. They even wanted to immediately take away those dragon-shaped weapons. It was too wasteful for these weapons to fall into the hands of the soul-devouring clan. It was also on this day that they truly felt that levels didn't mean everything. They also had weapons in their hands, which were also of the highest grade among royal weapons. However, they had already been destroyed. Zi Chen's seven-colored weapon was also of the highest grade of king level. The first time the soul-devouring clan took out a black weapon, it was also of the highest grade of king level. However, the dragon-shaped weapon now was still of the highest grade of king level. The four weapons were of the same grade, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. It was like everyone was at the peak of the 9th level and was only one step away from becoming a sector lord. Su Ho was of the same level. Yong and Mo was of the same level. Zhang Yongxi was of the same level, and Long Fei was of the same level. Recognizing the lack of weapons, Zhang Yongxi had secretly made up his mind to find a good weapon. Even if he couldn't get the dragon-shaped weapon, he had to get a black weapon. The white jade dragon bone looked extraordinary. He had to find a way to break some of it and refine a good king-level weapon. Kill that seven-colored dragon first. Only by killing it can we be safe. As Zhang Yongxi blocked the attacks of the giant dragon kings, he observed the battlefield. Seeing the endless stream of giant dragon kings and giant dragon heavenly kings, he shouted. Unfortunately, ever since the soul-devouring clan took out all their trump cards, Zhang Yongxi's words had no weight at all, because at this moment, in order to preserve his strength, he could only block the dragon king's attack. He wasn't like the other soul-devouring clan members who could instantly kill the dragon king. Not only Zhang Yongxi, but the other people, including the other races, had no weight at this moment. Even if they had powerful techniques, even if the dragon-shaped weapon was in their hands, they could unleash even more power. You guys should preserve your strength and wait for the final battle. A soul-devouring, clanned expert sneered. If we don't attack the seven-colored dragon now, there will be endless trouble in the future. Zhang Yongxi said unwillingly, "Can't you see that we're exhausting it?" But it's still absorbing the dragon bone's power. That aboriginal kid said that once it completely absorbs the dragon bone's power, everyone will die. Zhang Yongxi was still insisting on his point of view. The others also agreed with him. Unfortunately, the soul-devouring clan didn't agree, so everything was useless. Zhang Yongxi said in a deep voice, "Lend me a dragon-shaped weapon. I'll deal with the seven-colored dragon." As he spoke, Zhang Yongxi stretched out his hand. Unfortunately, no one came forward to give him a weapon. Even the soul-devouring clan ignored him. This made the expert ranked 11th on the list feel extremely awkward. These guys are too selfish. I guess they can't wait for us to die here. That way, no one will snatch anything from them. Yong Mo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Zhang Yongxi was very awkward, but he also felt helpless. The other experts felt the same. The so-called alliance was actually bullshit. In the face of real benefits, the only thing that could guarantee benefits was strength and combat power. But now, the initiative was in the soul-devouring clan's hands. Everyone could only feel anxious and helpless. Swoosh! With the black weapon, the soul-devouring clan's dragon-slaying efficiency was very high. But how could they compare to the seven-color dragon? It only needed to open its mouth casually, and the large number of dragon kings that appeared was enough for the soul-devouring clan to kill for a while. The soul-devouring clan intended to use this method to exhaust the seven-colored dragon. They kept killing, but they never really tried to touch the seven-colored dragon, as if they were afraid of angering the seven-colored dragon. They even deliberately controlled their energy attacks. When they were still a distance away from the seven-colored dragon, they automatically dissipated. No one could understand the soul-devouring clan's thoughts. Everyone felt helpless, angry, and even regretful. Obviously, the soul-devouring clan came prepared, but they came without any preparation. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the worldly essence in this space had changed. The essence was being sucked out and gathered in a certain direction. In addition to the essence chi of heaven and earth, even the corpses of the dead giant dragons emitted waves of energy, following the direction of the essence chi. Experts at Zhang Yongxi's level quickly felt the abnormality of the worldly essence. They immediately looked in the direction where the essence was drifting. At the end of the worldly essence, they saw a group of people who were supposed to be dead. The leader was Ziqin. There were 12 people behind him, all of whom were present. Seeing these people, their eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They clearly saw that these people were already dead. Even their corpses were gone. How did they come back to life? The essence in this space was gathering in the direction of Ziqin. To be more precise, it was on the dragon-shaped longbow in Ziqin's hand. The longbow was like a bottomless black hole, madly absorbing the essence around it. The essence condensed on the longbow, turning into an energy arrow. As the arrow solidified, the energy in the entire space began to distort wildly. A terrifying aura burst out from the longbow. Buzz. Chapter 1720. Ziqin and the others appeared. As soon as they appeared, Ziqin shot an arrow at the seven-colored giant dragon with the divine dragon bow. The arrow left the bowstring and spun, forcibly tearing apart space. The arrow left a mark in the air as it passed. In an instant, the arrow was in front of the seven-colored giant dragon, piercing its eyes. The speed of this arrow was extremely fast. A dragon roar shook the sky. The motionless seven-colored giant dragon felt threatened by the arrow. However, the arrow was too fast and too sudden. It was impossible to dodge it completely. Poof! At the last moment, the seven-colored giant dragon avoided its eyes. The arrow hit its face and went in completely. Seven-colored blood immediately spurted out from the wound. After the arrow entered its body, it continued to spin and go deeper, trying to penetrate the seven-colored giant dragon's body. The seven-colored giant dragon was in pain. It roared angrily. The roar kept echoing in space, shaking everyone's sea of consciousness. Several people fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Zhang Yongxi and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. They never thought that Ziqin, who appeared again, would have such a skill. He broke the seven-colored giant dragon's defense with one strike. They had tried to attack the seven-colored giant dragon before, but their attacks fell on the seven-colored giant dragon's body from afar. They could not break through its defense at all. It was like scratching an itch. They were ignored by the seven-colored giant dragon. It's that longbow. It's also a dragon-shaped weapon. The astonished crowd quickly noticed the longbow in Ziqin's hands, and their eyes began to burn with excitement. It could hurt the seven-colored giant dragon and had a dragon-shaped weapon. It was obviously the same as the soul-devouring clan's 7 weapons. Only such a weapon could really threaten the seven-colored giant dragon. Why does Ziqin also have a dragon-shaped weapon? No, look at their cultivation level. Middle stage 9th level. How is this possible? How long has it been? They've all broken through. That's right. It's not just one person breaking through. All of them broke through. What did they just experience? They soon noticed the cultivation level of Zichen and the others. They could not help but cry out in surprise. It had only been an hour since the seven-colored dragon had attacked, but Zichen and the others had all broken through during that time. In fact, the flow of time in the deepest part of the dragon tomb was different from here. Because of the rainbow dragon, the flow of time here was very slow, but because of the dragon source, the flow of time in the deepest part of the dragon tomb was relatively fast. Compared to the cultivators who had lost their composure, the soul-devouring clan was both shocked and furious when they saw that someone had suddenly injured the seven-colored giant dragon. When they retreated, they saw Zichen and the dragon-shaped bow in his hand. Others might not understand what it was, but they who had looted several dragon tombs knew very well what it was. That was the dragon soldier from the depths of the dragon tomb. Being with the dragon source was one of their goals for this trip. Now that Zichen had obtained the dragon weapon, and everyone's realm had increased by one level, it meant that Zichen had already entered the depths of the dragon tomb and taken everything. As for why such a situation had occurred, it was naturally because of that aboriginal. The seven-colored giant dragon was still roaring. The space around it began to distort wildly, and the soul-devouring clan retreated. As they retreated, their gazes shifted between Zichen and the divine dragon bow. Their expressions changed, and killing intent appeared in their eyes. They did not deliberately hide their killing intent, so everyone present could clearly feel it. This made Zhang Yongxi and the others in the distance change their expressions. Zhang Yongxi said unhappily, "What are you doing?" "Preparing for an internal battle. Can't you see that a great enemy is right in front of us?" A soul-devouring clan member holding a dragon-shaped saber looked at Zichen and snorted. "Attacking the seven-colored giant dragon? What are you trying to do?" "Idiot, if we don't attack it now, it will kill everyone once it condenses the dragon bone." Zichen replied with disdain. He drew the bowstring for the third time, and the essence of heaven and earth gathered again, forming an arrow. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out. Another arrow hole appeared on the seven-colored giant dragon's face, and seven-colored blood flowed out. Zichen's attacks were very tricky. Every time he shot, he would aim for the seven-colored giant dragon's eyes. Just as Zichen attacked, the 12 people behind him also moved. They all took out their seven-colored weapons and rushed toward the giant dragon kings. Bang! Manshur raised his seven-colored wolf-tooth mace. With a powerful swing, a giant dragon king's head was smashed. Uft! The spear in Shn Tiandao's hand also pierced through the giant dragon king's head. After breaking through to the next realm, everyone's combat power had increased greatly. With the help of the seven-colored weapons, everyone could now kill the giant dragon kings in an instant. When he attacked, Mumu said loudly, "Now is our only chance. When it abandons the dragon bone, everyone will die." Swoosh! Zichen shot out another arrow, and a fourth arrow hole appeared on the seven-colored giant dragon's face. Its body was twisting and rolling, but it still did not abandon the dragon bone. Seven-colored light shone around its body, and rays of energy rushed out from it. These energy rays were changing colors. When the seven-colored energy rays fell, they immediately turned into 7 giant dragon kings. The 7-colored giant dragon kings emitted 7 rays of energy. In an instant, there were 49 giant dragon kings. Bang! 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 Looking at these giant dragon kings, Zichen was expressionless. The divine dragon bow in his hand was drawn 7 times. With the sound of the bowstring vibrating, 7 giant dragon kings were shot in the head. They fell to the ground, dead. Don't hesitate any more. Attack with all your might. After killing the 7 giant dragon kings, Zichen glanced at the Soul Eater clan. His indifferent voice rang out. The Soul Eater clan had not attacked since they retreated. Now that they heard Zichen's words, they still did not move. There was anger on Zichen's face. He said, coldly, The seven-colored giant dragon is much stronger than you think. Now is the best time to kill it. At this time, we must cooperate and form a united front." Just as he spoke, another 3 giant dragon kings were killed. As for the other giant dragon kings, they rushed toward Manshur and the others. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, Manshur and the others felt great pressure. The Soul Eater clan was still indifferent. The others wanted to help, but they were powerless. Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He, who was attacking the giant dragon kings, suddenly turned around and aimed the divine dragon bow at a Soul Eater clan expert. "What are you doing?" Looking at the dragon-shaped bow that Zichen had drawn, the Soul Eater clan expert felt a strong sense of death. His face changed, and he became very nervous. As for the others, they also stared at Zichen with unfriendly eyes. Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "If you don't attack, I will kill all of you with all my might." "You can try," the Soul Eater clan expert said coldly. Bang! Zichen released the bowstring in his hand. The black longbow vibrated, and an arrow shot toward the Soul Eater clan expert. "Zichen, you are really daring." The Soul Eater clan expert's face changed drastically. His body kept changing as he shuttled through the space. Unfortunately, the arrow had locked onto him. No matter how he dodged in the space, the arrow was still locked onto him. Slash! Helpless, he shouted and slashed forward with his saber. Uft! The saber missed. The arrow hit his shoulder and penetrated it completely. As for why the Soul Eater clan expert did not die, it was not because Zichen had shown mercy. It was because the arrow had been blocked by the other Soul Eater clan experts several times during its journey. Its power had weakened significantly. "I am a man of my word." Zichen glanced at them coldly. Ignoring the Soul Eater clan's ugly expressions, he shot out another arrow to kill the giant dragon kings. The Soul Eater clan experts looked at the injured man beside them. Although he was not the strongest in the team, his combat strength was definitely in the top 3. However, such an existence was injured by Zichen in one blow. If they had not sensed Zichen's intention and attacked with all their might, this expert would have been killed. Kill the 7-colored giant dragon first. The injured man gritted his teeth and said coldly. He really did not want to continue experiencing the danger of death just now. Originally, Zichen and the others were the weakest in terms of combat strength. However, after they had broken through and obtained a long-range dragon-shaped weapon, their combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest. The Soul Eater clan had no other choice. Hence, they all rushed forward to kill the giant dragon kings. After killing the giant dragon kings, they rushed toward the 7-colored giant dragon. The 7-colored giant dragon roared and shot out another ray of 7-colored light. However, this time, the 7-colored light did not turn into 7 giant dragon kings. Instead, it turned into a small 7-colored giant dragon. It looked like a clone. The aura surging around this clone surpassed that of the giant dragon kings. Uft! However, as soon as it appeared, Zichen locked onto it. From afar, he drew his bow and formed an arrow. The arrow pierced through the opponent's head. Immediately after, the other dragon-shaped weapons landed on the 7-colored giant dragons, clone one after another. In an instant, the clone's body was cut into several pieces. When the 8 dragon-shaped weapons worked together, the power unleashed was unprecedentedly strong. Next, everyone focused on attacking the 7-colored giant dragon. The wounds on its body increased. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. The aura around the 7-colored giant dragon went completely berserk. The light links between its body and the dragon bones were breaking one by one. It's going to abandon the dragon bones. It's at its weakest now. Everyone, give it your all. When Mumu saw this, he shouted loudly. Everyone worked even harder. One after another, powerful attacks were launched. At the same time, the other Soul Eater clan members also attacked with their black weapons. Ziqin, who saw this from afar, could not help but shake his head. These Soul Eater clan members were good at killing souls. However, their energy attacks were too weak. If these weapons were in the hands of others, the effect would be more obvious. However, everyone had their own selfish motives. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible to get them to hand over the dragon-shaped weapons. The 7-colored giant dragon had completely broken free from the dragon bones. It had completely abandoned the dragon bones. Its gaze was fixed on the group of people. It said coldly, "Lowly ants, you've completely infuriated me. Today, all of you will die." Looking at the dragon bones that were thousands of meters long, Ziqin's eyes flashed. Beside him, a silver light flashed. Chapter 17:21. To the 7-colored dragon, the dragon bone was truly a good thing. Once it completely refined and absorbed the essence within, it could transform again and even break through. The dragon bone was also very useful to others. The most basic knowledge was that it could be used to forge top-grade royal weapons. Its power was second only to dragon-shaped weapons. Once the dragon bone was transported out, it could be used as a material to forge royal weapons. Its value was immeasurable. The same principle could be applied to the lightning dragon. As a lightning dragon, it was a true dragon. In everyone's eyes, it was a divine dragon. A divine dragon was not a true god. It was just a name given to the dragon race. Relatively speaking, the dragon bone was from the same race as the lightning dragon. The dragon bone was more useful to the lightning dragon. The 7-colored dragon was already so powerful, but it could transform after absorbing the dragon bone. Once the lightning dragon absorbed the dragon bone, its innate weakness would be completely eliminated. After all, it was once only a weapon spirit. The lightning dragon turned into a ray of silver light. It avoided everyone's attention and quietly approached the dragon bone. It seemed that the dragon bone's consciousness had not truly dissipated. It also seemed that the dragon had great resentment towards the 7-colored dragon. This time, the lightning dragon's approach was very smooth. After that, it completely attached itself to the dragon bone. There was no rejection. As if they were of the same origin, the dragon bone completely accepted the lightning dragon. The dragon bone, which was originally emitting a white jade light, now had traces of lightning on it. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the rampaging 7-colored dragons. No one noticed this scene. Boom! The 7-colored dragon abandoned the dragon bone and exploded. Its dragon claw fell with world-destroying power. A part of the space completely exploded. Before the space exploded, Manshur and the others fled. Buffed! Ziqin shot another arrow. Die! The 7-colored dragon was completely enraged. It raised its dragon claw and slashed it at Ziqin. Immediately, a shadow appeared above Ziqin's head. The power of space pressed towards him from all directions. Looking at the terrifying dragon claw, Ziqin did not flee. Instead, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at the dragon claw. Poof! Ziqin's arrow completely pierced through the dragon claw, causing the descending dragon claw to tremble slightly. Pooh! Pooh! Ziqin shot a few more arrows. Streams of 7-colored blood spurted out from the descending dragon claws. The 7-colored dragon was in pain, and its dragon claws descended even faster. The spatial energy surging in from all directions made it hard for it to breathe. The 7-colored dragon wanted to use the same move to deal with him. Swoosh! At the last moment, the thunder wings on Ziqin's back vibrated. The instant the dragon claw came crashing down, he forcefully squeezed through the compressed space and fled at top speed. After leaving, Ziqin continued to shoot arrows. At full power, Ziqin was able to injure the rainbow dragon with every strike. Not far away, the soul-devouring clan's attacks were much weaker. They could only leave shallow wounds on the 7-colored dragon's enormous body. For the 7-colored dragons that were over 10,000 meters long, These wounds that did not go deep into the bones and flesh were almost negligible. The 7-colored dragon's attack missed, and it let out a roar, opening its mouth to spit out a large expanse of dragon flames. These dragon flames were actually emitting 7 colors. When the 7-colored dragon flames appeared, they seemed to be able to ignite even space, spreading out in an instant. In an instant, dozens of people were enveloped by the dragon flames. Then, cries of alarm and shrill screams rang out. The 7-colored dragon kept spitting out dragon flames, wanting to fill the entire space with dragon flames. This was a large-scale attack with strong destructive power. Suddenly, a dangerous aura attacked. Its body disappeared instantly, then reappeared. Poof! Its body disappeared and reappeared again, allowing it to dodge that fatal arrow. That human with the bow was really annoying. The 7-colored dragon wanted to kill him first, but as soon as it raised its head, it saw him teleport away. Its spatial pressure was no longer effective on Zichen. Zichen's attack caused the 7-colored dragon's dragon flames to pause. The dragon flames in the sky gradually dissipated. A few charred corpses fell from the sky, and there was even a black weapon among them. Under the 7-colored dragon flames, 2 humans, one of the mutated tribes and a member of the Soul Eater clan died. Just the dragon flames alone had such power. It was obvious how powerful the 7-colored dragon was. Swoosh! Before the 7-colored dragon could launch another dragon flame attack, Zichen shot another arrow. However, the 7-colored dragon dodged in advance and did not hit the target. Ants, all of you must die. The 7-colored dragon's body suddenly began to glow. Then, rays of 7-colored light rushed out. These rays of 7-colored light turned into 7-colored dragon avatars. These 7-colored dragon avatars scattered in all directions, attacking the others. After manifesting so many avatars, the light around the 7-colored dragon did not diminish. Instead, it became even brighter. Its huge and cumbersome body suddenly began to shrink. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. In the end, it shrank to 1,000 meters. As its body shrank, its aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed more agile. Swoosh! Its 7-colored eyes were filled with hatred. It looked around and saw Zichen. Zichen felt something was wrong. His body flashed, and he teleported away. Poof! Zichen teleported 1,000 meters away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder. Golden blood was flowing out of the wound. And where Zichen had been standing, the 7-colored dragon's 1,000-meter body appeared. One of its dragon claws had golden blood stains on it. The 7-colored dragon grinned at Zichen, but soon its grin turned into anger. Zichen shot another arrow. It teleported and disappeared. The energy arrow disappeared with it. Somewhere in the void, there was a roar. Bang! After being hit by Zichen's arrow, the 7-colored dragon reappeared. It happened to be in front of a member of the Soul Eater clan. Its dragon claw slammed down and killed him in one hit. At the same time, the others were also locked in a fierce battle with the 7-colored dragon avatars. Poof! As if it could see that these members of the Soul Eater clan were a greater threat, the 7-colored dragon's 1,000-meter body kept flashing. It appeared in front of the members of the Soul Eater clan, one after another. Soon, it killed 3 more people. The golden dragon was too strong. Each time it attacked, it killed in one hit. Bang! One of the members of Zichen's team was hit. His body immediately collapsed and he flew out. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Swoosh! Tombkeeper, E pointed his finger at the other party. A mysterious energy fell on the other party's body, and his body disappeared. Then, the 7-colored dragon appeared in front of Dongqing. Dongqing launched a spiritual thought attack, but it was useless. He even suffered a backlash. Just as the 7-colored dragon's claw was about to hit him, a beam of energy fell on Dongqing first. It took Dongqing away. Tomb Keeper's body flashed. He dodged the other dragon's attacks. At the moment, his attention was on the 11 people. As long as the 7-colored dragon attacked them, he would send them into the depths of the dragon's tomb with a beam of energy in advance. But there were dangers everywhere. Tomb Keeper couldn't take care of everyone. Poof! The 7-colored dragon's tail slammed heavily into Mansher's body. When Mansher flew out, his body was beaten back to its original form. He coughed up blood. Tomb Keeper's energy arrived just in time. The 7-colored dragon's second attack missed. It successfully sent Mansher away. A few people disappeared inexplicably. The 7-colored dragon charged at Tomb Keeper. But in the next moment, Tomb Keeper disappeared too. It had no choice but to kill the others. In the field, including Zhang Yongxi, few dared to fight the 7-colored dragon head-on. Even Ziqin couldn't. Its body shrunk to 1,000 meters. The 7-colored dragon showed an invincible aura. One after another, the powerhouses died under the 7-colored dragon's claws. In the blink of an eye, the number of people killed had reached 20. If this continues, everyone will die here. You guys hand over your dragon-shaped weapons to the others, Zichen said to the members of the Soul Eater clan who were fleeing in panic. Their attacks were too weak. The dragon-shaped weapons could only protect themselves. They couldn't kill the enemy. The 7 members of the Soul Eater clan held their dragon-shaped weapons tightly. They were silent. Zichen was furious. He said loudly, "It's already come to this. Which do you think is more important? Your weapons or your lives? If you insist, I can only take the others to a safe place. When you are dead, we will come back to pick up the weapons." The expressions of the members of the Soul Eater clan changed drastically. They seemed to be hesitating and struggling. "I promise that as long as we kill the 7-colored dragon, the weapons that are yours will be returned to you." Actually, promises were useless. But at this moment, if they didn't want to die, the best choice was to hand over their weapons. As Zichen said earlier, if they didn't hand over their weapons, Zichen would take the others away. He would bring them back after they were dead. During this time, they all saw how Tomb Keeper sent the injured people on Zichen's side away. "Here, I hope you will keep your promise." The members of the Soul Eater clan threw the dragon-shaped weapons in their hands. These guys weren't stupid at all. They threw their weapons to Zichen at the same time. Obviously, if something unexpected happened, they would ask for their weapons from Zichen. Zichen didn't hesitate. After receiving the 7 weapons, he threw a spear to Shuntian Dao and a long sword to Hidden Mist. Then he threw a long saber to Zhang Yongxi and a weapon to the foreign race expert Mengda. As for the remaining 3 weapons, Zichen gave them to a foreign race expert and a human. When there was only 1 black staff left, Mansher suddenly jumped out and said, "Give it to me. Give it to me." Mansher, who was injured earlier, was now full of energy. Obviously, he had refined some of the dragon origin. Zichen threw the staff to Mansher. Mansher took the staff and felt it. He was very satisfied. The 8 of them all had dragon-shaped weapons in their hands. Zichen glanced at Tomb Keeper. The latter nodded. "Follow me." Tomb Keeper waved his hand and shot out a light of energy. This light swept everyone away, because there was still dragon origin in the depths of the dragon tomb. He naturally wouldn't bring these guys there. With the dragon weapons in hand, everyone was very confident. Chapter 17:22. There were only 8 people left in this space. Zichen held the divine dragon bow and retreated in a flash. Completely different from Zichen, Mansher took a step forward and stood at the very front. The others also supported him from the sides. In Zichen's hand, the divine dragon bow was drawn, but it could not be drawn to the full moon. This was not because Zichen was not strong enough, but because he was restricted by some rules. Even so, the divine dragon bow was still very powerful. The essence of heaven and earth gathered toward the bow, and an energy arrow materialized. This arrow was aimed at the 7-color dragon's eyes. However, Zi-chan did not shoot immediately. He chose to wait. Boom! Energy surged as Manshur unleashed the mountain spirit tyrant body, transforming into a mountain giant. The dragon-shaped staff in his hand glowed with a dark light. Following that, the staff expanded, transforming into a long black pillar, until it was completely in his hand. He raised the weapon high and smashed it down. Space continuously twisted, and this attack carried with it a powerful might, heading straight for the seven-colored dragon's head with unstoppable force. Bang! The black staff smashed on the seven-colored dragon's head. Its surface defense was instantly broken. Many of the scales on its head were shattered. Its body shook slightly, and it retreated involuntarily. Manshur's attack had caused such an effect. However, the people watching from afar could not cheer because Manshur himself was sent flying hundreds of meters by the recoil of this attack. Obedient Wei summoned a trace of the power of the heavenly path and strengthened the long spear in his hand. He rushed toward the seven-colored dragon. Poof! The long spear was completely buried in the dragon's body. Obedient Wei pulled the spear out. A stream of seven-colored blood spurted out from the wound. Slash! Zhang Yongxi held the long saber with both hands. The energy in his body went berserk. He slashed down. A long and deep wound appeared on the seven-colored dragon's body. Seven-colored blood flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. The others also attacked one after another. They were already strong. With the dragon-shaped weapons, they were like tigers that had grown wings. The seven-colored dragon had more wounds. This effect was much more powerful than the soul-devouring clan's previous attacks. Among the 8 people, 5 of them attacked the seven-colored dragon. Zi-Chen still hadn't fired his arrow. As for the hidden mist and the other alien, they didn't attack the seven-colored dragons. Instead, they wandered around and killed the clones of the seven-colored dragons. Swoosh! A ray of seven-colored light shot towards the hidden mist shadow, instantly piercing through his body. However, the hidden mist shadow's body flickered, and like a shadow, he was unharmed and continued to move forward. When he arrived in front of his opponent, he raised his dragon-shaped sword and instantly pierced the head of the giant dragon clone. The hidden mist shadow was useless against the seven-colored dragons, but it could restrain these clones. In just a few breaths of time, several dragon clones were killed. This was also the main reason why Zi-Chen had given him a dragon-shaped weapon, but not a more powerful one. The seven-colored giant dragon was in pain. Its body tumbled in the sky, but its tail whistled and shattered the space. Everyone immediately dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Swoosh! The seven-colored giant dragon's body disappeared. It had used teleportation. Zi-Chen's eyes were fixed on the seven-colored giant dragon. After seeing it disappear into the space, he suddenly turned around and aimed the divine dragon bow at a certain spot in the void. Bang! The bowstring vibrated and the arrow was shot. At this moment, there was no target in front of the arrow. It seemed that Zi-Chen's arrow had missed. However, as the arrow moved forward, a ray of seven-colored light appeared. It was the seven-colored giant dragon. As soon as it appeared, it happened to meet the arrow. A look of shock appeared in the seven-colored giant dragon's eyes. At this critical moment, it naturally formed a defense in front of its body. At the same time, it closed its eyes. Puff! This arrow first broke through the defense, then shot into the giant dragon's eyelid, directly piercing through one of its eyes. The seven-colored giant dragon roared in pain. Its body tumbled, and the space around it began to collapse. Waves of destructive aura surged and spread in all directions. Facing this violent power, no one dared to go forward. They could only attack from afar, but the effect was greatly reduced. Only Zi-Chen continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows, continuing to deal damage. Puff! The seven-colored giant dragon was hit again. However, this time it did not roar in pain. Its body stopped trembling. Instead, it raised its head. At this moment, there were more than a dozen arrow holes on its head. 7-colored blood flowed out from the holes. The most shocking injury was the eye that Zichen had shot blind. "All of you must die." There was no roar. Only a cold voice echoed in the space. For some reason, when everyone looked at the 7-colored giant dragon again, they felt fear. It was no longer teleporting. Instead, it moved forward in a straight line. Everywhere it passed, the space was forcefully shattered. Compared to before, its speed was even faster. Bang! Man-Sure raised his long staff and smashed down. However, this time, not only did it not work, but he was also sent flying, coughing up blood. Man-Sure, who was sent flying, was shocked. This 7-colored giant dragon was much stronger than before. Swoosh! After Hidden Mist killed all of the giant dragon avatars, he turned into a shadow and rushed over. Boom! The void shook and shattered. The dragon claw slammed down on the Hidden Mist shadow. The dragon claw hit his illusory body as if it had hit a real body. He coughed up blood and flew backward. The weapon in his hand had already fallen. Whoosh! Zichen shot another arrow with a powerful force. However, this time, the 7-colored giant dragon did not dodge. Instead, it took the initiative to meet it. After that, a shocking scene appeared. The 7-colored giant dragon actually shattered Zichen's arrow without any damage. So strong! Zichen's expression changed instantly. Die. Zhang Yongxi jumped out from the side and slashed down. A giant dragon phantom rushed out from it. However, it was useless. Facing the completely crazy 7-colored giant dragon, Zhang Yongxi was sent flying. After falling to the ground, he could not stand up for a long time. Now, the 7-colored giant dragon displayed extremely strong power. This power could completely wipe out everyone. Except for Zichen, who could still fight from afar. The others were sent flying one after another and were seriously injured. How did it suddenly become so strong? The spectators watching the battle from afar felt their hearts palpitate and their faces were filled with worry. These 8 people were definitely the strongest in the team. If even they could not kill the 7-colored giant dragon, then everyone would die here. Master, it won't be able to maintain this state for long. Hold on a little longer. I will soon finish refining the dragon bone. Lei Long's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. So fast. Zichen was a little surprised. One had to know that the 7-colored giant dragon had taken a long time to refine the dragon bone. How could Lei Long be so fast? I have the dragon bone's approval, so I just need to fuse with it. When the 7-colored giant dragon is refining the dragon bone, it still needs to resist the dragon bone's will. Naturally, it will take a lot longer. You can deal with it. It should be fine after I completely fuse with the dragon bone, but it will take a long time. I can only fuse the dragon bone into my body temporarily. However, I can break through the space here. When the time comes, I can still leave. All right. After a short exchange of spiritual thoughts, Zichen continued to shoot arrows. At the same time, his body constantly changed position under teleportation. However, ever since the 7-colored giant dragon erupted, Zichen was no longer a threat to it. On the contrary, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Swish, swish. Zichen's footwork flashed. Rays of light lit up, together with the lightning wings on his back. His explosive speed reached a real limit. The distance between the two was instantly pulled apart again. After repeating this several times, the 7-colored giant dragon said coldly, "You can run? Let's see if they can run." With that, it charged at Man-Sure and the other 7. Die! Zichen yelled and shot out an arrow, but his speed was intentionally slower. Pooh! The 7-colored giant dragon instantly teleported and left a wound on Zichen's body. Looking at Zichen, who appeared a few thousand meters away, it smiled sinisterly. Following that, Zichen was completely at a disadvantage. Wounds appeared on his body one after another, but none of them were fatal. Zichen's speed was getting slower and slower. Let's see how long you can last. The seven-colored giant dragon sneered and continued to attack Zichen. How much longer? Zichen dodged and gritted his teeth to transmit his voice. It's done. As the thunder dragon transmitted its voice, the dragon's skeleton in the distance suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the white jade-like dragon skeleton erupted with dazzling lightning. The entire space began to resound with the sound of thunder. The dragon skeleton that was thousands of meters tall was completely drowned by the lightning. Such a change attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked up at the dragon skeleton, their faces were filled with shock. On the surface of the dragon skeleton, the shadow of a dragon appeared in the lightning. It was a dragon shadow that flashed with lightning. The divine dragon has been resurrected. Looking at the shadow of the divine dragon in the lightning, everyone was shocked. However, Zichen's friends knew that it was the thunder dragon and not the resurrected divine dragon. Damned reptile! The seven-colored giant dragon let out a deafening roar. It ignored Zichen and rushed toward the dragon skeleton. Stop it! Zichen shouted and shot another arrow. Manshur, Shindao, and Hidden Mist did not hesitate to rush toward the seven-colored giant dragon's path. They all launched powerful attacks. Pum! 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 The three of them were sent flying. Zhang Yongxi and the others hesitated for a moment before rushing forward. However, they were also sent flying. However, this delay allowed Lei Long to completely fuse the dragon bone into his body. Although he had yet to completely refine it, a tyrannical aura was emitted from his body. This aura was no weaker than that of an advanced 9th level expert. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. A ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, the power of space distorted and trembled. Then, a shattering sound came from the depths of space. The seven-colored giant dragon's spatial seal had been broken. The moment the space shattered, Zichen felt the divine dragon bow vibrate. The situation where he could not draw the bow to a full moon disappeared instantly. Zichen's body shone with golden light. He directly drew the divine dragon bow to a full moon. The surrounding spiritual energy madly gathered toward the bow. At the same time, Zichen felt a trace of energy fluctuation from the bow. Chapter 1723. Because of Zichen's intimidation, the entire tribe of the natives was now quiet and peaceful. The natives and the other races really lived in peace in this world. The trading ground was still being renovated, and trading shops appeared one after another to allow rogue cultivators to trade with other factions. The cultivators in the tribe often went out to hunt dragons. The dragons in this world were still huge, but the natives could clearly sense the abnormalities in these dragons. They seemed to be irritable and easily angered, and their combat strength had increased a lot. In just a few days, several people had been injured. The warriors who returned were worried because they knew that the chief and Zichen had already entered the depths of the dragon's tomb. The abnormalities of the dragons in the outside world should be related to the dragon's tomb. Wang He was a warrior in the tribe, an ascetic with strong combat strength. He was also the son of the dead elder Wangbua. The first time he came back, he provoked the 11 people and was defeated by Manshur. In the following days, the gap between the two sides didn't shrink, but widened. The misunderstanding caused that day had become something for Wang He to brag about. In the entire tribe, only he had provoked Zichen and the others. Bragging again. Hearing Wang He's loud voice from afar, a smile appeared on Viper's face. Viper, you came at the right time. Have the chief and Zichen returned? Seeing Viper walk over, Wang He stood up and asked. The other warriors also stood up. Viper shook his head and said, Not yet, but as soon as he finished speaking, they felt a wave of energy coming from the tribe, and then the entire tribe trembled. This wave was like some kind of signal wave, released frequently. The waves were filled with dragon roars and emotions, as if the warriors were eager to go to the battlefield and drink the blood of their enemies. They were full of desire and fighting spirit. What's going on? The warriors all stood up and looked around. It's the direction of the armory. Viper immediately sensed the source of the wave and flew in the direction of the armory. When Viper arrived, many warriors had already gathered here, and they all looked in front of them in surprise. The wave came from the armory. Usually weapons were placed here, some good and some damaged. They were all very ordinary weapons, and there wasn't even a dragon weapon, so their value wasn't high. But today, why was there a disturbance in the armory? No one understood. Now that Viper had arrived, they all looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. A few of you, follow me in and take a look. Viper furrowed his brows, looking nervous and cautious. He could feel a strong sense of danger from this wave of energy. I'll follow you in. Wang, he stepped forward, and at the same time, a few other ascetics stepped forward. With Viper in the lead, everyone cautiously approached the armory. The others stayed a distance away, their faces full of vigilance in case of any sudden changes. Buzz, there was a tremor in the armory, and then the armory began to vibrate. After that, everyone clearly heard a loud dragon roar. The next moment, a tyrannical aura surged out of the armory. Pung! The heavy door of the armory, which was specially made, exploded in an instant, and a black light flew out from it. After circling around the tribe, it turned into a stream of light and flew away. That is, all the warriors saw the black light clearly, and their expressions changed drastically. Their faces were full of disbelief. Any warrior who had been to the armory knew that it was called the dragon god arrow. It sounded very domineering, but it was useless, although it was a treasure passed down from generation to generation. In the eyes of many warriors, it was almost useless. It was a pity to throw it away, and it had no power. During this period, some people tried to melt it down and make a new weapon, but they failed. But today, this useless thing changed on its own. It was activated on its own and floated away. As for its power, everyone knew it by looking at Viper's abdomen that was pierced. In the moment just now, the dragon god arrow was shot, and Viper was the first to be hit. His body was not weaker than a dragon's, but it was easily pierced through. This was under the condition that no one was controlling it. The dragon god arrow only showed its sharpness. If someone was controlling it, Viper would be dead. Viper was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. This was not because of his injuries, but because of pure fear. This arrow happened to hit his abdomen and penetrated his body. But what if it had hit his head? It would have penetrated his head in an instant, destroyed his soul, and floated away. Wang, he saw Viper's appearance and thought that he was seriously injured. He hurried over to support him, but he did not know that Viper was too frightened. That dragon god arrow, why did it leave on its own? Viper raised his head and stared in the direction where the dragon god arrow left. He was very puzzled. The wound on his abdomen slowly stopped bleeding. Who knows? Maybe someone called it away. Wang, he was also very puzzled, so he said casually, "Someone called it away? Could it be the dragon god Bao?" Viper's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What dragon god Bao? Wang, he was puzzled. Everyone in the tribe knew about the dragon god arrow, but not everyone knew about the dragon god Bao. The dragon god arrow can only be called away when the dragon god Bao is born. Could it be the dragon god Bao is born? Viper muttered to himself, his face unreadable. In fact, he did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Looking at the shattered door and his wound, he could see how terrifying the dragon god arrow was. If it was obtained by the enemy, it would be a disaster for the tribe. Call a few people to repair this place. Viper seemed to be worried, but the other warriors did not care. They were just curious. After all, the dragon god arrow was not very useful to the tribe. They knew that it was not something valuable. It was not a big deal to lose it. But at this moment, the whole tribe trembled again, and another wave of fluctuation spread out. This fluctuation was even more powerful than the dragon god arrow. It directly caused the entire tribe to tremble. Moreover, during the trembling process, the restrictions that were set up around the tribe were revealed one after another. Is there an enemy attack? The warriors jumped up and looked around, but there was nothing outside the restrictions. Over there, it's the universal bell. The universal bell is changing. A warrior shouted, pointing at the universal bell above the center of the tribe. Everyone looked up and saw the universal bell trembling. It was trembling on its own, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. Then, the whole tribe resounded with a melodious bell sound. This bell sound seemed to come from ancient times, passing through the endless years. It was melodious, with a sense of desolation and tragedy. The bell's sound reverberated, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared, shaking the surroundings. These ripples swept across the people, and everyone felt that their minds and bodies were out of control. They were in a mess. In an instant, they seemed to have experienced several kinds of time flow, and their bodies were in discomfort. These ripples carried the power of time, and when they swept past them, they felt extremely depressed. It was as if time had accelerated, stopped, and even reversed in a short period of time. The chaotic power of time fell on their bodies, and many people could not withstand this power. They fell down and vomited. "Everyone get down, don't fly." Viper, who had fallen to the ground, shouted, but his voice spread out, and through the layers of ripples, it formed several different sounds. Some were tender like children, some are clear and loud, some are old, some are weak and powerless, and some are like thunder. The power of time spread, changing the flow of time in the tribe. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dangerous to fly. It was possible that an accelerated power of time would land on a certain part of the body, and then the vitality of that part would quickly fade away, while another part might encounter a time stop, maintaining its original state. Everyone obeyed Viper's words, and immediately got down and sprawled on the ground. Dang, dang, dang. The frequency of the universal bell's vibrations increased, and the surrounding time became even more chaotic. Everyone covered their ears and sprawled on the ground, unwilling to hear the sound of the universal bell. However, this voice sounded directly in everyone's sea of consciousness. The universal bell that was vibrating at a high frequency seemed to be attracted by an external force, and began to slowly rise into the sky. With it, as the center, the restrictions set up by the tribe were lifted, manifesting thousands of chains of light. Pa! Pa! Following that, the chains of light were forcibly broken by the universal bell. After the last restriction around it was broken, the universal bell tore through the air. The power of time dissipated, and the entire world fell silent. Viper released his hands and slowly looked up, looking around. Everything was fine, and that made him very relieved. Boom! But in the next moment, many buildings collapsed and were reduced to dust. These buildings seemed to have been eroded by the passage of time and had already decayed. After that, Viper turned his head again, and there was a look of shock on his face. Beside him was an elder. This elder resembled Wangbwa, but he had Wangha's aura. "It's you, Wangha." Viper was shocked when he saw the aged Wangha. "You are Viper." The aged Wangha beside him also widened his eyes as he looked at Viper in disbelief. Viper hurriedly touched his face. That was close. There were no wrinkles. Clearly he wasn't old. Wait a minute. What happened to his hands? Viper looked at his hands, a pair of fair, slender hands. He could not help but scream. Due to the universal bell's unforeseen event, the entire tribe seemed to experience a huge earthquake. The restrictions outside the tribe had disappeared, and the tribe was completely exposed. More than 90% of the buildings had decayed and collapsed, and situations like Wangha and Viper were not rare. The tribe suddenly had many more elders, youths, and children. It's over. The universal bell is gone. His appearance had changed, but his cultivation level had not dropped. Although everyone had a grudge against him, they would not die. What worried them the most was that the heaven and earth bell was gone. That was the foundation of their tribe and the foundation of this world. Everyone was very worried. Fortunately, the flow of time in this world had not changed, which proved that the universal bell was still in this world. Now, everyone was looking forward to the tribe leader and Zi-Chin returning quickly to deal with this unexpected situation. At this moment, in the dragon's tomb, opposite the seven-colored dragon, Zi-Chin, who was emitting a dazzling golden light, pulled the dragon god's bow into the shape of a full moon. Then, a wave of energy spread out from the dragon god's bow. Then, an arrow came from the west, broke through space, and landed on the dragon god's bow. Chapter 17:24. The dragon god's arrow returned to its original position, and the dragon god's bow merged into one. This power was closely linked to Zi-Chin. At this moment, Zi-Chin felt that he had perfect control over the dragon god's bow and the dragon god's arrow. Even if he didn't understand what was going on, he was deeply shocked that the dragon god's arrow could return to its original position. But at this moment, Zi-Chin was in danger. This was the first and only thought in everyone's mind when they saw the current Zi-Chin. If Zi-Chin wanted to kill someone now, he only needed one arrow. No one present dared to be confident that they could take Zi-Chin's arrow. The dragon god's arrow returned to its original position. The essence of heaven and earth here was still in a violent state and was constantly being absorbed by the dragon god's arrow. The seven-colored dragon that was rushing toward the lightning dragon had stopped. It immediately turned around and stared at Zi-Chin, staring at the bow and arrow in his hand. At this moment, it clearly felt a sense of impending death, a thick sense of impending doom. Its pupils suddenly widened, and for the first time, the thought of running away appeared in its mind. Unfortunately, it couldn't run away. Zi-Chin released the bowstring. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the dragon god's arrow shot out. A black arrow left a black arrow mark behind as it moved forward in a straight line. That was the sign of space being pierced by an arrow. If this arrow was released in the outside world, it would definitely cause heaven and earth to lose its color and the wind to blow. There was no heaven and earth in this world, so it naturally wouldn't lose its color. But still, something strange happened. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have stopped because of this arrow. In the entire space, everything disappeared, leaving only this arrow and its target, the seven-colored dragon. The seven-colored dragon didn't run away. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but that it couldn't. Its body was constantly changing, appearing and disappearing. When it appeared, it entered the real space, and when it disappeared, it entered the illusory space to avoid the pursuit of the dragon god's arrow. Unfortunately, it was useless. The dragon god's arrow only moved forward. It kept moving forward. It pierced through all the space in front of it until it hit the target. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Puff! The spinning dragon god arrow instantly shot the seven-colored giant dragon. The arrow feathers once again shot into the blind eye, and then pierced through the back of the seven-colored giant dragon's head. The seven-colored dragon let out a miserable cry. Its 1,000-meter-long body was blown away by the power of the arrow. The huge dragon body flew for a few thousand meters before landing on the ground. After rolling a few times, it stopped moving. Was he dead? Everyone was still in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Everything had actually ended just like that. Thinking back to that arrow, it was simply too powerful and terrifying. Phew, this guy is really hard to kill. Man sure heavily exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. If Lei Long had not coincidentally broken through the spatial seal, Zi-Chin would have summoned the dragon god arrow and they would have been in danger. Dead. He's really dead. Looking at the seven-colored dragon, everyone's expression changed. Some were excited while others were worried. Now that the seven-colored giant dragon was dead, it was time to divide the loot. However, almost all the loot here had been taken away by Zi-Chin and the others. Only the seven-colored giant dragon's body was left. The most valuable thing was obviously the bow and arrow. Just the bow alone was comparable to a dragon-shaped weapon. Now that he had the arrow, no one was Zi-Chen's match. A whistling sound came from the horizon. The dragon god arrow flew back and floated beside Zi-Chen. "Be careful, he's not dead yet." Lei Long's voice sounded. This time, it was not a voice transmission. Everyone's expression changed. They stared at the motionless, seven-colored giant dragon. They knew very well how powerful Zi-Chen's attack was, but it still could not kill the seven-colored giant dragon. "Die. How can I die before I kill all of you ants and worms?" The seven-colored giant dragon was still motionless, but a cold voice filled with endless killing intent sounded. It was indeed not dead. Those who were about to step forward retreated one by one. However, there was one person who did not retreat. It was Moo Moo. Not only did he not retreat, he sped up and rushed over. He rushed to Zi-Chen's side and stopped. He looked at the seven-colored giant dragon quietly. His eyes were extremely calm. "Man, sure, you guys back off first." Zi-Chen turned around and looked at Moo Moo. The latter nodded at him, his eyes filled with confidence. Zi-Chen understood Moo Moo's intention and signaled Man Sure to back off first. Man Sure and the other two retreated. The other 5 people's expressions changed slightly. Zi-Chen said again, "You guys back off too. Leave this big guy to us." You guys, including Zhang Yongxi, the 5 of them were shocked. If it was Zi-Chen, they would have believed him. After all, they had seen Zi-Chen's methods. However, what methods did this aboriginal have to restrain the seven-colored giant dragon? "With just you 2 ants." The seven-colored giant dragon stood up completely. Its single eye stared at Zi-Chen with resentment. Its other eye was completely destroyed. It pierced through its head. At this moment, one could even see the soul in the seven-colored giant dragon's mind through its eye socket. There was a surge of power that was trying to repair the hole in its head. However, the arrow's energy still remained in the wound. The repair was not successful. Moo Moo looked at the seven-colored giant dragon without fear. He said confidently, "The 2 of us are enough to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the space trembled again. Then another object came through the air. The first thing that broke through the air was the dragon god arrow. With the dragon god arrow, Zi-Chen was able to severely injure the rainbow dragon. This time it was a golden bell. There were runes flashing on the bell. As the runes flashed, time began to become chaotic. That's a time weapon. It's the Aboriginals' time treasure. When the people in the distance felt the power of time on the surface of the golden bell, they could not help but exclaim. They had never entered the tribe and had never seen the bell of heaven and earth, but they could tell at a glance that it was the thing they almost got last time. Didn't they say that the time treasure could not be attacked? After the event, they concluded that the time treasure could not be used in battle. But now Moo Moo had taken it out. It was obvious that their prediction was not accurate. Was their prediction not accurate? Looking at the ugly faces of the soul-devouring clan, they could tell what was going on. As people who often raided, they knew why. Zi-Chen and the others must have found a way to use the time treasure in battle in the depths of the dragon's tomb. That was why they summoned it so confidently. After figuring this out, they were really regretful. If they had known that there were so many good things in this world, they would have gathered all their forces long ago. Seeing the bell of heaven and earth, the seven-colored giant dragon's resentful expression faded. It gradually became serious. "How is it?" Moo 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 looked at Zi-Chen with the bell of heaven and earth floating above him. "Begin," said Zi-Chen. "Roar." The battle began with a loud and clear dragon roar. The dragon roar was very loud, spreading throughout the entire space and in the entire tribal world. Hearing the dragon roar, the seven-colored giant dragon turned around and looked at Lei Long in disbelief. It had never had such an expression before, but now, after hearing the dragon roar, it lost its composure. Because the dragon roar represented everything of the original divine dragon. It was not only the dragon roar, but also the remnant consciousness of the original dragon bone. These consciousnesses were very strong and tenacious. They had been fighting with the dragon for many years. But today, these consciousnesses chose to dissipate. Once they dissipated, there was no possibility of resurrection. This also represented a kind of inheritance and gift. The consciousness of the dragon bone dissipated, leaving everything to Lei Long. The dragon roar reverberated throughout the tribal world. When the indigenous people heard the dragon roar, they did not know why, but they felt very sad in their hearts, as if they were about to lose something. The dragon roar spread throughout the tribal world, but it did not stop. It was still spreading out of this world and into the battlefield of despair, resounding, melodious, loud and clear, tragic, without regret. It represented the fall of a true dragon, but also the rise of a true dragon. Similarly, it also represented some kind of call. In the battlefield of despair, many people heard the dragon roar. Among them, more than 99% did not understand the meaning of the dragon roar. But the rest, after hearing the dragon roar, instantly changed their expressions. There was nervousness, worry, excitement, and anticipation. They did not care whether the true dragon in the dragon roar would rise or not. What they cared about was whether the final call would succeed or not. The dragon roar reverberated, spreading to several regions, and at the same time, into one unfamiliar space after another. This sound seemed to have endless power. It kept moving forward, into one unfamiliar space after another, and even into nothingness. Finally, it reached a unique space. In that space, a lonely ancient warship was slowly moving forward. On the warship, war drums resounded, as if singing a sad, summoning battle song. It was an ancient dragon boat, but also a skeletal dragon boat. It kept moving forward, never stopping. But as the dragon roar resounded, the dragon boat suddenly stopped, and the war drums and battle song immediately disappeared. Another call came from the warship, echoing the dragon roar. Then the dragon roar disappeared, and the summoning also disappeared. The entire space returned to silence. Then the warship began to descend, entering the space where the battlefield of despair was. After landing, it caused a huge tremor that spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, as if telling the world that the ancient dragon boat had reached the shore. The dragon roar stirred up a storm that swept through the entire battlefield of despair. Both Lei Long and Ziqin hadn't expected this at the start of the dragon roar. Lei Long's original intention had actually been to stop the seven-colored dragon for a moment. And the remnant within the dragon bone also told Lei Long that this could indeed stop the seven-colored dragon. As the dragon's roar spread, the seven-colored dragon was startled and slowed down. Gravekeeper pointed a finger at the Cosmos Bell. With a clang, it flew toward the seven-colored dragon. The bell of heaven and earth arrived above the seven-colored dragon's head. With another clang, the power of time poured down and landed on the seven-colored dragon's body. Time seal! At the same time, Toonkeeper shouted, Chapter 1725. First, there was the thunder dragon's roar that shook the land of despair. Then, there was Toonkeeper's time seal. The rainbow dragon's movements were greatly slowed. Under such circumstances, it couldn't even put up an effective defense. The energy in its body also flowed at an extremely slow speed. Ziqin stood in the distance. Golden light shone as he activated his Thunder King physique. 9 Xingqian stars shone brightly. 9 stars aligned. With all his strength, the dragon god bow in his hand was drawn to a full moon. The dragon god arrow naturally appeared on the bowstring. The essence of heaven and earth madly gathered toward the dragon god arrow. Nearby, the corpses of the giant dragons had even exploded. This was because all of their essence had been sucked away. This time, Ziqin used all his strength and poured his own energy into the dragon god arrow. Then, the entire dragon god arrow changed. It turned from an arrow into a dragon. From afar, Ziqin's bowstring was no longer an arrow, but a true dragon. It coiled around the bow, its entire body glowing. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. Buzz! Zi-Chun released the arrow. The dragon's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. The true dragon rushed forward. As it rushed forward, the true dragon suddenly grew to 1,000 meters long. The rainbow dragon felt a strong sense of impending death. It roared at the sky. Its body trembled nonstop. The light of the rainbow continued to shine. The time seal around its body became unstable and was on the verge of collapse. Pum! In the end, the rainbow dragon erupted with all its strength and shattered the time seal. In the distance, Tombkeeper coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock and anticipation. The dragon god arrow arrived in an instant and charged toward the rainbow dragon. Uft! The true dragon turned into an arrow again and pierced through the rainbow dragon's head. In everyone's eyes, the true dragon's entire body pierced through the rainbow dragon's head. The dragon god arrow whistled into the distance and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The rainbow dragon's 1,000-meter-long body suddenly expanded to 10,000 meters long. Its single eye was filled with resentment and despair. The huge dragon's body flew backward from the impact just now. In the end, it crashed heavily into the ground, causing the space to tremble. The world fell silent. This time, there would be no more miracles. The seven-colored dragon had completely lost its vitality. The tomb guardian waved his hand, and the heaven and earth bell turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of him. The dragon god arrow that had disappeared returned and floated in front of Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun grabbed the dragon god arrow with one hand and the dragon god bow with the other. The golden light around his body gradually receded. The rainbow dragon was dead. Everything was over. The Soul Gobbling clan quickly approached from afar, but they did not approach Zi-Chun. Instead, they stood far away. One of the Soul Gobbling clan members said respectfully, "Lord Zi-Chun, you are truly capable." Zi-Chun glanced at the other party with a disdainful smile. Of course, he knew what the other party meant. Sure enough, the Soul-Devouring clan's second sentence said, "May I know if Lord Zi-Chun still remembers the promise you made earlier?" "What promise? How come I don't remember?" Before Zi-Chun could speak, Manshur glared at him. The Soul-Gobbling clan member's expressions changed slightly. Hearing Manshur's words, it was clear that he wanted to renege on the debt. One of the Soul-Gobbling clan members was furious. He was about to speak when he was stopped by an expert beside him. The Soul-Gobbling clan members were all silent. They were waiting for Zi-Chun's reply. "Give them the weapon," Zi-Chun said lightly. "What? Give it to them. I'm good with it." Looking at the dragon-shaped staff in his hand, Manshur was reluctant to part with it. He looked at the Soul-Gobbling clan members and asked, "Name a price." The Soul-Gobbling clan members were stunned. "How many spirit crystals or dragon crystals is this thing worth? Name a price. Are you afraid that we can't afford it?" Manshur said unhappily. The Soul-Gobbling clan members were embarrassed. As a large robber clan in the battlefield of despair, they already had 7 dragon-shaped weapons. How could they lack money? Fortunately, it was Manshur who spoke. He was on Zi-Chun's side. If it was someone else who spoke, they would definitely take it as an insult. If they were happy, they would mock them. If they were unhappy, they might kill them. "All right, give it to them," Zi-Chun said again. He had a dragon-shaped weapon on him. He knew very well that if the other party was unwilling, no one could take it away unless they were killed. The Soul-Gobbling clan members did not use special methods to take away the weapons because they were afraid of Zi-Chun. After all, Zi-Chun's arrow just now was too terrifying. Everyone guessed that even if a sector lord was here, he would probably turn and run when he saw that arrow. The 7 of them were reluctant, but they had no choice but to hand over the weapons. After the Soul-Gobbling clan members took the weapons, they heaved a sigh of relief. Next, it was time to split the spoils. Speaking of which, the expedition to the Dragon Tomb this time was really dangerous. They almost all died here. The The soul-gobbling clan members who took back their weapons seemed to be very anxious. However, when they cleaned up the battlefield, they discovered that the black weapons of their dead companions were missing. In an instant, their faces turned ugly. One should know that those black weapons were all made with dragon bones and some other materials. Their power was only inferior to the dragon-shaped weapons. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss to the soul-gobbling clan. But now, the weapons of those dead soul-gobbling clan members were all gone. One should know that there were a total of 8 of them. Lord Ziqin. The soul-gobbling clan members turned around and looked at Ziqin. There's something. Ziqin frowned. Our weapons are missing. Didn't we give them to you? They're black weapons. They're made with dragon bones. There's a total of 8 of them. When Ziqin heard that, he said unhappily, "What do you mean? You think I took them? If I really wanted to take them, why would I take the black weapons?" The soul-gobbling clan members all looked embarrassed. However, at this moment, the only one who could speak was Ziqin. He said, "I hope that Lord Ziqin will uphold justice." When Ziqin heard that, he sneered and said, "You lost your weapons, and you want me to uphold justice? Then more people will die because of your selfishness earlier. Who will uphold justice for them?" As he spoke, Ziqin's gaze swept over them. He discovered that a few of them had strange expressions. Zhang Yongxi was among them. He was slightly surprised. "Clean up the battlefield," Ziqin said indifferently. "We hope that Lord Ziqin will help us recover our weapons. At most, we won't take any of the spoils this time. The soul-gobbling clan will owe you a favor." A soul-gobbling clan member clasped his fist at Ziqin and begged. He also knew that only Ziqin's words mattered now. This was because if Ziqin wanted to, he could kill all of them. Ziqin glanced at the soul-gobbling clan members and said, "I'm not interested in your favor. As for the spoils this time, we'll divide them fairly according to their combat strength. You can take whatever you kill." At this moment, not only did Ziqin not like these soul-gobbling clan members, but the others also did not like them. Obviously, these guys had not told the truth before they came. They had deliberately set everyone up. Ziqin had come this time to destroy the 7-colored giant dragon. If Ziqin had not come, then the soul-gobbling clan's real goal might have been to use the dragon-shaped weapons to kill all the explorers in the end. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. In fact, there was not much to clean up. They just needed to see what kind of giant dragon's body they wanted. Would it be the 7-colored giant dragon clone, the giant dragon heavenly king, or the giant dragon king? Ziqin could let everyone take whatever they wanted, but their storage pouches were limited. They could not take much. The most precious thing on the battlefield was naturally the 7-colored giant dragon's body. However, at this moment, with Ziqin here, everyone was too embarrassed to go up and share it. Sure enough, the Thunder Dragon said, "I have great use for this 7-colored giant dragon's body. I can't leave it all to you." Everyone was very regretful. However, if it were not for Ziqin, they would have lost their lives. Now that Ziqin had taken the 7-colored giant dragon's body, they had nothing to say. The Thunder Dragon took the 7-colored giant dragon's body and disappeared. Ziqin and the others collected the other giant dragon corpses. The weakest among them was the giant dragon king. Gathering 7 of them would be able to condense a 7-colored giant dragon weapon. Of course, the best would be the 7-colored giant dragon clone. Just one would be enough. Moreover, it would be more effective. In just a short while, all the giant dragon corpses were collected. Of course, the biggest share went to Ziqin and the others. Next, Ziqin and the others sat down. However, they did not take any further action. "Isn't there still the dragon origin?" a cultivator could not help but ask. "Didn't you see that their strength has increased? They must have refined the dragon origin." "This trip to the dragon tomb ends here," a soul devourer said. This time, they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss. They did not obtain anything useful. However, they lost 8 black weapons. After a short while, the thunder dragon appeared again. A large patch of seven-colored light appeared in front of it. The light was the disintegrated, seven-colored giant dragon material, other than the soul devourers. All the other races and humans had a set placed in front of them. Facing the astonished crowd, Zichen said, "These are the materials from the seven-colored giant dragon. It's enough for everyone to refine a weapon that is not weaker than a black weapon. I still have some dragon origin left. I plan to leave it for all the forces who came here to explore. Next, this is a forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. However, naturally formed giant dragons are not restricted from being hunted." When the crowd heard this, they repeatedly nodded their heads, and their gazes toward Zichen contained a wisp of admiration. Zichen and the others had not broken through to the limit of their cultivation. Obviously, the dragon origin was still very useful to them. However, they had given up on it. Instead, they let the dragon origin continue to create giant dragons and let the forces continue to develop here. "Why isn't there a share for us?" a soul devourer asked unwillingly. After all, they had also contributed. Zichen smiled and said, "You are all rich and overbearing. How could you care about such a small thing?" With that, Zichen led the others forward. The thunder dragon stayed behind to set up some restrictions passed down by the dragon bones consciousness. At this point, the dragon tomb was completely abandoned. The dragon origin inside would cooperate with the seven-colored giant dragon skeleton and slowly turn into giant dragons, one after another, until all the dragon origin disappeared. This time was uncertain. However, if an existence comparable to the seven-colored giant dragon clone did not appear, it would take thousands of years for all the dragon origin to disappear. After all, the remaining dragon origin was an extremely large amount. It was enough for Zichen and the others to continue to break through. Chapter 17:26. Listening to Wuxia's muttering, Zichen couldn't help but laugh. There were a total of 8 black weapons, and he took 4 by himself. How could he complain that the number was too little? The group successfully walked out of the dragon tomb. When the giant dragons hovering in the sky saw them, not only did they not attack immediately, but they fled in panic. Because they had all participated in the process of killing the dragons, everyone exuded a murderous aura, which could only be produced by killing high-level giant dragons. The originally dark sky instantly became clear, and the giant dragons who sensed the murderous aura fled far away. The group didn't care about these details. Zhang Yongxi came to Zichen and said, "Young friend Zichen, goodbye. When I have news of the dragon boat docking, I will inform you." "Thank you." Zichen nodded. After that, the alien races and the soul-devouring clan also came over to greet Zichen. After the matter of the dragon tomb was over, everyone had enough materials to refine a top royal weapon. What attracted them next was naturally the ancient dragon boat. If they wanted to board the boat, they had to build a good relationship with Zichen. Zichen didn't mean to deliberately threaten them. After nodding at the group and chatting briefly, the group left one after another. They didn't know when the dragon boat would dock, but before that they still needed to make some preparations, such as strengthening the 7-colored weapons in their hands again. The return journey was very smooth. The group flew to the sky above the trading ground, which had begun to take shape. Zichen learned from Shangguanhong that a mere trading ground was expected to become a huge trading empire, so he was very curious. After Shangguanhong talked about the future prospects, Zichen also intended to help this matter. He had gained enough in this world, and it was time to give some back. If they refined all the dragon origins, the remaining giant dragons in this world could only last for 100 years, and then this world would be completely abandoned. But now, they deliberately left some dragon origins and some backup plans. The giant dragons here might not be able to be killed in thousands or even thousands of years, and such a long time was enough for this trading ground to develop to a certain scale. When the cultivators and outsiders saw Zichen, as well as some of the natives, they began to cheer loudly. An unforeseen event had occurred in the original residence. The tribal buildings were almost completely destroyed. Time energy would surge from time to time, and they urgently needed to be dealt with. Furthermore, with the return of these people, the tribe once again had a backbone, so they could feel more at ease. Without these backbones, these allies might instantly become enemies. A group of people passed through the trading area and headed to the tribe. They saw a wasteland from afar. That was where the tribe had been previously. At that moment, there were still many people busying themselves in the wasteland. What's going on? Someone is attacking this place. Why are the restrictions gone? Wu Xie stared ahead. It could be the Cosmos Bell. Tomb Keeper smiled bitterly. Two figures flew over. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young man. It's Wang Hayok and Viper. How did they become like this? Man Shi's eyes widened when he sensed their auras. Tribe leader, Zichen, something bad has happened. Viper came closer and said hurriedly, the dragon god arrow disappeared, and then the Cosmos Bell disappeared too. Zichen looked at the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle. That's the dragon god arrow. Wang Hayok stared at the protruding object on Zichen's back with his eyes wide open. At that moment, Zichen was carrying a black longbow on his back. Beside the longbow was a black dragon-shaped arrow. It was the dragon god arrow that they had lost earlier. Tomb Keeper took out a small palm-sized bell and waved it in front of the two of them. The bell rang clearly, but the two of them felt dizzy. The feeling of time being disrupted appeared again. What's going on? Looking at the smaller Cosmos Bell in the tribe leader's hand, the two of them were puzzled. We'll talk about this later. First, tell me what happened. Tomb Keeper said after keeping the Cosmos Bell. Then, the two of them told him what had happened. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They didn't expect the treasure of time to be so powerful. We're trying to restore the seal. Viper said, no need. Remove the seal. We'll live on this land from now on. Tomb Keeper smiled confidently. Now, not to mention Zichen's combat strength. He was not afraid of anyone because he could control the Cosmos Bell. The warriors of the tribe no longer needed the protection of the seal. After returning, Tomb Keeper first restored everyone to their original state. Then he dispersed the power of time floating above the tribe and rebuilt the entire tribe. The first thing he built was not everyone's residence, but a treasure vault. It was several floors high and had many seals. These treasures would be stored in the Giant Dragon series, including the Giant Dragon King, Giant Dragon Heavenly King, Giant Dragon Avatar, and even the Rainbow Giant Dragon materials. These would be left for the future warriors of the tribe. In the process of rebuilding the tribe, Zichen and the others also needed to make some preparations for the trip to the ancient dragon boat. In addition to consolidating their strength, what they needed to do was to refine the weapons in their hands. Although they didn't dare to say that they would reach the level of dragon-shaped weapons, they would at least be comparable to the black weapons refined from dragon bones. A month passed quickly. The warriors of the tribe were still busy. An old man came to the tribe. After the warriors reported, Zichen quickly met the old man. Two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Yongxi went straight to the point. Listen to the good news first. The ancient dragon boat has reached the shore. Zichen said in surprise, it's indeed good news. What about the bad news? Zhang Yongxi said, the dragon boat has reached the shore, but it's not in our region. It's in the Xintian region. Xintian region. Zichen had heard of this place before. It was from the entrance of the dragon tomb. It was very far from the Imperial Sky region. Looking at Zhang Yongxi's worried expression, Zichen asked, why? There are still experts in the Xintian region? If you go to the Xintian region, you'll have to pass by the Azure Sky region. There are experts in both regions. How strong? Very strong. Their battle strength can enter the top 10 of the king ranking. Top 10 of the king ranking? What kind of ranking is that? Zichen had only heard of the soldier, general, and commander rankings. He had never heard of the king ranking. Moreover, with his battle strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become the first on the commander ranking. Looking at Zhang Yongxi's nervous expression, it seemed that the king ranking was even stronger than the first on the commander ranking. It's a ranking more important than the commander ranking. It covers all the experts in the 7 regions. A region represented 7 prefectures in the outside world. A continent had 49 prefectures, representing 7 regions. Among them were the Imperial Sky region, the Xintian region, the Azure Sky region, and so on. Next, Zhang Yongxi explained the importance of the king ranking to Ziqin. There were only 10 of them, and every one of them was the number 1 expert on the martial leaderboard. It covered a wide range. Not only did it include the human race, the soul-devouring race, the Dax race, the centaur race, the winged bird race, the skeleton race, and many other races. Each of these races had a first on the king ranking. Only the first on the king ranking had the qualifications and ability to enter the top 10 of the king ranking. Ziqin, who originally had absolute confidence in his battle strength, actually hesitated when he heard this. No wonder he needed to form an alliance with everyone. It turned out that he had the intention to fight against the other regions. What was Long Fei's ranking back then? Ziqin suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help but ask. As a legendary figure of the Imperial Sky region, Ziqin believed that Long Fei must be on the king ranking. Moreover, his position might not be low. 8th, only 8th. A trace of astonishment appeared in Ziqin's eyes. Zhang Yongxi glanced at Ziqin and said, "Ziqin, don't look down on this 8th. It's already not easy to enter this ranking. This isn't an ordinary ranking. To put it lightly, it's the 8th strongest expert among all the domains in our martial sky continent. To put it more seriously, it's the 8th strongest among all the humans and other races. Although his realm is still in the domain realm, he can definitely fight against an ordinary domain lord. You should know that there are many first-ranked experts who haven't even entered the king ranking." As if worried that Ziqin still didn't understand the importance of the king ranking, he explained that 7-colored dragon we encountered earlier, if it was someone on the king ranking, they could have dealt with it alone. Ziqin sucked in a cold breath. He was very clear on how powerful the 7-colored dragon was. If it weren't for their sharp weapons, they wouldn't have been its match. However, someone on the king ranking was actually able to kill the 7-colored dragon in a one-on-one battle. Ziqin was moved. How many experts like that are in the other 2 regions? Do we need to work together to deal with them? Asked Ziqin. Deal with them? Oh, no. Zhang Yongxi immediately shook his head. We can't deal with them at all. The only thing we can do is negotiate. Plus, we have a dragon soul on our side. Maybe they'll let us send more people. Ziqin understood the meaning behind Zhang Yongxi's words. In other words, they might steal our dragon souls. We can't rule out that possibility. Ziqin sank into contemplation. After a while, Zhang Yongxi said, "We received the news too late. The experts from the other regions might have already gone there or reached some kind of agreement. If they don't have a dragon soul, then it's fine. If they do, then we'll have trouble." Ziqin could understand this point. The true dragon soul wasn't unique in this world. Just because he had it didn't mean that others didn't have it. But the bigger problem is still the people from the Azure Sky domain. Back then, Long Fei was ranked 8th, and he didn't get along with the Existence, who was ranked 10th in the Azure Sky domain. Long Fei left, but the other party has been waiting for the dragon boat. Maybe they'll vent their anger on us because of what happened to Long Fei and deliberately embarrass us. What was thought to be a simple matter had now become complicated and even dangerous. Ziqin had to consider it seriously. Chapter 1727. Ziqin needed to renegotiate the Dragon Boat Alliance, which was actually within Zhang Yongxi's expectations. He was not surprised, nodded, and left. Before entering the Dragon Tomb, Ziqin did not have the strength to command all the powerhouses, but now it was different. Ziqin not only had a breakthrough in strength, but also had a dragon-shaped weapon, which made him very powerful. Under such circumstances, Ziqin was indeed qualified to summon everyone. Moreover, they were discussing the matter of forming an alliance with him as the leader. As soon as Zhang Yongxi left, Ziqin gathered everyone and then told them what he had just learned. After the martial ranking, it's the king ranking again. This is endless. What's the king ranking? When my mace is fully mastered, I will kill anyone who dares to find trouble with me. Man Shi was still as fearless as before. Wu Xie curled his lips and said, sarcastically, they are all existences comparable to Long Fei. Each of them is first on the martial ranking, and some are even stronger than Long Fei. You, who is only 50th on the martial ranking, can kill them. Man Shi said, discontentedly, that was before. Now I can enter the top 10. Humph. Wu Xie curled his lips. Ziqin interrupted the two's argument and said, what's the use of talking here? Let's go and try. Man Shi thought that Ziqin was angry, so he smiled awkwardly and said, just kidding, just kidding. Ziqin said, I'm not kidding. This time I called all of you here to improve the ranking of the martial ranking. I have asked Zhang Yongxi to inform the forces and powerhouses who are interested in the dragon boat to meet here. Before that, of course, we have to show enough attitude. Attitude naturally referred to strength. If you were not strong enough, who would know you? Hearing that Ziqin was serious, Man Shi immediately became spirited and said, well, we will do what you say. The others nodded. Mu Shou will open a gap in this world to communicate with the outside world. You will show your strongest means. Mu Shou now had full control of the bell of heaven and earth. Opening a gap was just a small matter. He nodded first, then waved his hand, and a gap opened above the small world. I'll go first. Man Shi shouted and flew up into the sky. At the same time, he activated his mountain spirit tyrant body, and a wolf-tooth club appeared in his hand. Boom! He gripped the mace tightly and smashed it down. Space instantly exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. Violent energy surged out in all directions. The warriors of the tribe below raised their heads and looked at this scene in shock and doubt. They really didn't understand why Man Shi would suddenly attack. Could it be that there was an enemy? Just as Man Shi's attack landed, the human martial rankings began to tremble. Golden light illuminated the entire city. This was a sign that the martial rankings were changing. During this period of time, everyone was already used to the changes on the list. Because there were many experts on the list, their names disappeared as the golden light flashed. No new names appeared. The disappearance of old names meant that the experts on the list had died. As for those who died, their names would not appear on the list. However, this time there was a change in the rankings. It wasn't that the experts died and disappeared, but rather that someone's ranking shot up. It was Man Shi who jumped from the 50s to the 20th. His ranking was even higher than Young Mo's. After that, the list continued to flash with golden light. Wu Xie's name jumped to the 22nd place, below Young Mo. The two changes on the list attracted the attention of many level 9 experts in the city. Seeing such a big change in the rankings, there was an uproar in the city. Look, it's Man Shi and Wu Xie. Both of their rankings shot up by more than 30 places. Did they have a fortuitous encounter? Their rankings shot up so much. Look, it changed again. It's the fortune-telling. Amidst the exclamations, the fortune-telling changed again. It jumped up by more than 10 places and directly entered the 9th place. Looking at the dazzling golden name in the 9th place, the entire city fell into an uproar. Top 10. They had entered the top 10 directly. This was unbelievable. The other strong cultivators who had received the news all rushed to the bottom of the ranking list. Looking at the 3 names that had improved greatly, one of them said, "Aren't these people following Ziqin? Did they have a fortuitous encounter recently?" An expert next to him who had been to the dragon tomb said, If breaking through is considered a fortuitous encounter, then they did have a fortuitous encounter. The previous person obviously noticed the abnormality in the words and asked, "Them?" Yes, it's them, the 12 people. When that person and the surrounding experts heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, didn't it mean that the rankings had changed this time, not only these 3 people, but a total of 12 people? As a follower of Zichen, the fortune-telling had entered the 8th place. Then what would Zichen's rank be? 5th, 4th. Sure enough, the following 11 followers all entered the top 10 rankings, one by one. It's Shangguan Hong. She's actually ranked 25th. Oh my God, I've seen her once. She's very beautiful. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. A cultivator exclaimed. Jin Qingqing's rank has also moved up. She's ranked 23rd, second only to Wu Xia. Oh my God, she's a real beauty. She's so beautiful. Another cultivator pointed at Jin Qingqing's rank and said, Dongqing. Dongqing is ranked 28th. I didn't expect the quiet woman who has been following Zichen to be so extraordinary. If I can marry her, I'm willing to stop my cultivation for the rest of my life. Every time there was a change in the list, it would attract a lot of cheers. Among them, the ones who received the most attention were the 3 beautiful women among Zichen's followers. In terms of appearance, Jin Qingqing was the most beautiful of the 3. However, the other 2 women had other temperaments. For example, Dongqing was very quiet and calm. That kind of gentle and unique temperament was very attractive. As for Shangguan Hong, she was lively, bold, and willful, which was also very attractive. With your current appearance, stop dreaming. Goddess Dongqing isn't someone you can just spout nonsense about. The cultivator who spoke just now was soon surrounded by saliva. One by one, his followers made the list. In the end, Zichen was the only one missing. The lively scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone held their breaths and looked up at the list. Destiny Telling was ranked 9th and Heavenly Tao was ranked 8th. In everyone's opinion, Zichen should be ranked 4th or 5th. Therefore, they stared at the 4th and 5th positions, held their breaths, and did not say a word. At the same time, in the small world, all the warriors of the tribe also looked up at the sky and stared at Zichen. The shock on their faces did not disappear for a long time. It was not because Zichen had made a move. He had not made a move yet because of the 11 people from before. For some unknown reason, after Manshur struck out a blow into the air for no apparent reason, everyone else struck out their strongest blows into a certain spot in the air. Everyone was puzzled, but they subconsciously thought that they were demonstrating their combat power to them and encouraging them. Therefore, they all looked very seriously and carefully. Everyone finished their demonstrations one by one. Everyone was deeply shocked. Next was Zichen. Compared to the others, everyone was looking forward to Zichen more. This was not only because Zichen was recognized as the strongest among the 12, but also because of the dragon god arrow on Zichen's back. It was something that all the warriors who entered the armory recognized. It had been in the armory for a long time, and it was placed in a very conspicuous position. Even if it was covered in dust, even if many people who entered the armory did not bother to look at it, it was still in the most conspicuous position after all these years. It was still the most precious treasure of the tribe. Even if many people treated it as a joke, considered it useless, and even wanted to refine it, it was still the most precious treasure of the tribe. Today, this most precious treasure of the tribe was finally going to show its power in front of them. How could they not look forward to it? Since Zichen intended to show his combat power, of course he would use his full strength. Therefore, he naturally took out the dragon god bow from his back and slowly pulled the bowstring to its fullest. The essence of heaven and earth flowed wildly and was absorbed by the divine dragon bow. The dragon god arrow automatically appeared on the divine dragon bow. Then, an extremely powerful aura was released from Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen became one with the bow and arrow. Looking at the true dragon formed by the arrow, all the warriors were deeply shocked. The true dragon was very small, but it was very majestic. Although the dragon's eyes were looking forward, in the hearts of the warriors, the dragon's eyes seemed to be staring at them with a mocking smile. It seemed to be saying, "How could you not recognize such a precious treasure? How could you be an idiot and want to refine it to create a new weapon?" Zi-Chun released the bowstring, and the bowstring trembled. A true dragon flew out from the divine dragon bow buzz. The martial ranking shook, which meant that the ranking changed again. Golden light illuminated the entire city. This was the 12th change, and it should be Zi-Chen's. However, there was no change in the 4th and 5th positions. Look up, it's the 1st position first. Just as they were puzzled, a cultivator cried out involuntarily. Everyone raised their heads and saw Long Fei's name light up. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded. First place, Zi-Chun pushed Long Fei down and became the 1st on the martial ranking. Long Fei's name lit up, and Zi-Chun became the 1st without any surprise, causing a huge shock. Then Wang Yuanshan's name lit up, but it was not because someone had reached the 2nd place. It was because he who had left this world long ago had finally reached the time to leave the ranking. Then the 4th and 5th positions also lit up. Their situation was the same as Wang Yuanshan's. Zi-Chen's ranking did not jump up again and again. Instead, he directly entered the 1st place and replaced Long Fei. This proved that Zi-Chen's current combat strength had reached a level comparable to Long Fei's back then. He forcefully changed the ranking. As for Wang Yuanshan and the others, they were pushed down. When Zhang Yongxi returned and saw the expert, who was once ranked 6th, he directly explained Zi-Chen's meaning. "Okay, I got it. When are we going?" The other party's straightforwardness made Zhang Yongxi very confused and puzzled.